Good morning. Good morning.
I think we're missing two committee members, Curtis and George, who both won't be here, so I think we've got a quorum. Bob is in town. I know, I just called him. He's not going to be here today. Does anybody know?
I don't think so,
no. Okay. Anyway, thanks everybody for coming. I know that Lori and the commissioner have a meeting today at 2:30.
I think it's at 2:30. Is it 2:30?
2:30? I think so.
2:30. So my goal.
There'll be somebody to get you there.
My goal is to hopefully get us out of here by 2 o'clock if we possibly can. So if we can stay on task, we can hopefully do that. So I don't have any introductory remarks other than to say hopefully everybody has had a chance to review the results of our last meeting, that being the new work document, and I just want to take a chance to just recognize again the staff, Glenda, you, Lynn's leadership. I mean, it is I've read through it again, and to me it really is a very user-friendly document, I think, to be able to work through and track the progress of HB1. I know that we'll have further modifications as we go through it, but thanks to everybody in the room who worked on it. And I think we've just made great progress. Matter of fact, I met with some public school people last week, and they just didn't understand HB1 and what it meant and who was responsible for what, and what a great document for us to use as a communication piece too. So thanks again. The first item of business is obviously is going to be looking at the combined college readiness and success plan. And Glenda, I'm going to let you walk us through this. And I sent you a note, Glenda. The one thing I'd like to do is as we go through this section today, and Lynn and I communicate a little bit through email the last couple of days, is as we go through this, and you're probably going to do this, but I'd love to just walk out of here talking about, now that we've got the document, how do we effectively use it? And secondly, how do we effectively use it in the board meeting? Because our board members, to keep them updated, because I'll tell you, trying to go through this document every time and through every action plan, we would be here all day before we ever got to another action plan. So I'd like us to talk about as a committee, how's the most effective way for us to stay on top of this, and hopefully you thought about that. I know Lynn talked about maybe a calendar of events, so I hope I've been discussion. It's good. So.
Beautiful.
If we can go through the document that was at your place today instead of the one that you brought with you. It's not going to look a whole lot different, but it's got some extra pieces in front of it. I know you have already gone over the directions to the readers, and there are a lot of question marks in there still, like on website names. We're really close to being able to fill those in. And then on top of the long document, you will find a sample calendar that we put together. I just pulled at random some of the items to try to see if this is what would be most useful to you. It's this document, and what it reflects, like related to the education research centers. The work that we have to do with the LBB and the governor's office up front has been accomplished. The applications are currently in review, and then there will be a selection of the ERCs. And since I didn't have those specific times from Susan, I didn't fill those in. But under college readiness, you can see part of it is under review. The P&S committee will be looking at it initially in September of '07. The contract for the facilitation of that process would go to the Agency Ops Committee in April of '07. And then the coordinating board itself will be asked to adopt the standards in a 2-meeting process, October, then with a comment period, and again in January, do the final adoption of it. So that's kind of how we laid the calendar out to see if that pretty much covered what you were expecting in that document. Now, I've added a column to the left. and it has numbers in it. And the new side-by-side, the difference that is in the document that you brought with you versus the one on the table is that each of the items in the left-hand column are now numbered. And I thought that might be the easiest way to track with the calendar. You could look up, if you needed to know something about number 8, you would have to go in the longer document to find it. So, Dr. Phillips, does this come close to what you were expecting?
Yeah, sure does.
But we've got a lot of information to put in it. We'll flesh out all of the dates, get that together. In fact, I think Laurie Frederick and Lynette have been working on a more extensive version already, once we saw that. Okay?
So I guess if we have this at every meeting, we can look ahead and see what's coming for the next meeting.
Right. And what we'll do is we'll have it posted to our HB1 webpage, so that we can have that. And we will make sure that the dates for board action will appear on the board's calendar on your website as well. That way you'll have a couple of places where you can keep up with it. Moving to the combined
Can
plan.
I ask a question?
Certainly.
I just want to make sure, as you put the rest, as you populate the rest of the calendar with the information, like if you look at refocus uniform recruitment success strategy, am I reading that's saying that there's going to be a proposal before the P&S committee in June of '07, or that's when we're first going to take it up, and then it'll come before the board in July of '07?
After this discussion today on the agenda item, we
Okay.
believe that we will be bringing you something at the June meeting for this committee to work on and then take to the coordinating board for the July board meeting.
Okay, but it's really not that specific item I'm talking about, but just the whole issue of the methodology of how we use and
Yes.
read this report. That's what I'm trying to.
You're right.
So if it's got a date out there under one of these respective issues, that is when some action has to be taken on that respective point.
Right. By your committee, or in some cases agency ops, on those contracts and RFPs, you'll see that column. And then the full board has to take action on particular items.
Just any other, is this for the committee, any other suggestions? I mean, is this clear? And any recommendations to Linda at all as to how we can need to make it more user-friendly or make it work for tracking what's going on within the bill?
I'm still worried about the title. I just don't know that the title is germane to the contents. Does anybody else find that confusing? I mean, if you just pick this up, or you looked at it on the website, would you know? You wouldn't know by looking. Well, this is the House Bill 1 and the P through 16 Council's objectives, would you?
Maybe if it has a subtitle of House Bill 1 implementation plan.
I think it needs that. Or maybe we should consider calling it something.
That would also
simpler.
be helpful when we share it with school districts or business and community people.
What about just in no subtitle? What about just calling it that? House Bill 1 implementation plan.
Or do we want to tie it back to what we've entitled our work document, that being Texas College Readiness and Success, planning calendar? I don't know if that's inclusive enough, but I just want to make sure we tie this back to the work document, otherwise it makes no sense at all.
Your point was that these were completion dates on here,
Well,
then maybe it needs to reflect that somewhere.
They're
Because you'll look
really-
at that and go,
They're really
are those steps
action
along the
dates.
way, or the final thing, or...
Well, in my mind, those are action dates. What that's telling me is that we're going to have to take official action on these dates, is what I'm reading here. Now, for instance, for us, we're looking at uniform recruitment success strategy today as an agenda item. So, in my mind, what this is telling me is those dates that we've got to have items done, and we will have done work before that point.
Absolutely.
I'm hearing. You know, my only thought is does it address, especially with our committee or another committee, the work that we've got to get done prior to this date? For instance, we're taking up uniform recruitment today. I mean, it's how do we keep in front of us the work we need to be getting done to hit these dates for an official action, obviously, especially at the board level.
Of course, there's room to fill in. We don't have to just have the date. We could also have the action in the box. You know, whether it's a first consideration, whether it's a final consideration, whether it's a discussion. Would that make it more clear? It's kind of confusing because you've got this column for action, and then I guess this is supposed to, these other things are action by whom?
Well, what I was thinking is, what is it related to? What's the action related to? And then what are the dates that has to happen by these groups?
Maybe you ought to change the action to initiative.
Yeah, we can do that. This is truly just a draft that I just sat down and tried to get something together to have as a straw man for today.
Well, and Glenda, I think a real key question for us to ask when we're doing this is, again, is this a document that is going to be useful for the staff also, not just, we talked about not creating multiple documents for the staff and for us, and it's for us all to be reading off the same hymnal. So, I mean, does this work from a standpoint of a planning document for y'all, or are you putting this together just for us?
Well, right. I think what we have been using, has been more like in that column where we have the timelines in the longer document.
The work plan timeline.
Yeah. And there's going to be duplication in that. But we had not looked out, in a overall view of what all we were going to be asking this committee or agency operations or the board to really, we hadn't been looking at it as a group of activities. We've just been looking at each one independently. And so I think this gives us a much better sense of what's going along at the same time. So I think we will use it. It's just that we hadn't realized something like this might be helpful.
Well,
Actually, before I knew this was happening, I had asked my special projects director to go through this other document and pull out for me some dates just like this, because for me it's more accessible and it's easy to do a quick review internally to make sure we're not overlapping some things. So this actually stopped her from having to do that.
I think it's also a good document for the board who are not diving as deeply into all the details of HB1 as we are. And so it lets them see those big picture dates that we got hit. So, excuse me, Lauren.
To try to get our language so that we're calling the same things by the same names, this column, the second column on the calendar, why don't we call that either strategies or objectives? Because these are objectives of the, it's kind of difficult. I don't know what you call portions of House Bill 1.
The objectives of the work plan?
And they're the objectives
Of the work plan?
of the state, of the strategic plan of the state P216 council and the statutory requirements. So I don't know what we call them.
Some of the House Bill 1 legislation is not a part of the P16 plan, the council's plan, like the education research centers.
Exactly, yeah.
And that was, it just stumps me every time I start trying to figure out what to call it. And we really need to move from House Bill 1 language, because House Bill 1, there's a new House Bill 1.
Right.
And so I took off the sections of House Bill 1 and put the actual education code section, for somebody to look at it. But I think everybody still refers to all of it as House Bill 1. So it's...
Just from a practical note, knowing how hard websites are to use sometimes, if there is, to maintain some reference to House Bill 1 is useful, because there will be people, if they search the site, will use that as their reference point, even if it's 3 years from now. And they'll be able to find it if you keep that at least as a subheading.
But what about if we call that section objectives and requirements, or something like that? Or strategies might take it all in, I don't know. I just think people ought to be able to follow through. And they ought to be able to follow from one document to another and understand where the heck these things came from.
Mr. Chairman, maybe Dr. Phillips and I could iron those issues out
I think that's
and
fine.
get that
Well,
worked
keep
out
our
so that
secret
we'll have
meetings going.
Okay.
get the language
There we go.
to reflect
But
better
what about
what's
the
there.
title? Are we going to work on the title, or I'd rather have some group comment about the title?
The title of the long
Yeah.
document?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying the long document or the calendar? Glenn?
Well, the calendar will reflect it.
The title of the long document.
The long document, I just don't know.
As mandated by House Bill 1, third special session, 2006.
Well, we could just put the subtitle that's on the directions to readers page, we could put it on here too, I guess.
Where is it?
The directions to the readers.
Uh,
That document.
Prior 2 pages.
Oh, okay, combined with strategic planning session. That's what it says, third call session. So there you go. Yeah.
You know, personally, I think we need to be, for me, if I send a public school individual, if I direct them to this document, I want to just have something that resonates with them,
Yeah.
you know. And right now, when I say HB1 to some of these public school individuals I'm visiting with, it's like deer in headlights.
Really?
I mean, you know, do you agree, Laura? I mean, you know, they look at me like, we've heard about it, but we don't know what it is, you know, and that's not, but it's just, it doesn't resonate. They've heard about it. They don't really understand what it is. They don't understand what's being asked of them. And then when I say college readiness and success, that resonates with them. And so I'm not saying that's the right title, but I'm saying I think we just need to be sensitive to, you know, the thing I like about this, I read through it again this morning traveling down here, is I said, if I'm in public education, I can read this and really understand HB1 in a very, you know, layman, you know, from a layman's perspective. So that's the only thing I throw out, you know. I think when we get HB1 and all.
Well, could we just have the title and the subtitle on every page then? How about that?
Yeah.
Then you can call it what you want to, Whit, and we can.
Okay.
I think this is very good right here.
So what's your recommendation, Lynn?
My recommendation is that we put this subtitle that's on the direction to readers page on the document itself.
Yeah, that whole thing.
The combining the strategic plan objectives of the state P216 Council and the statutory requirements of House Bill 1 of 79.
That's fine.
Okay?
Y'all clear about okay on that?
That's fine.
Okay.
Hot or cold?
Okay, Glenda.
You will notice that at the top of the document, we brought in the P16 objectives. Now, these objectives are the language that came through the P16 Council. This does not reflect the changes that this board has made to the document. And the commissioner will be taking back to the P16 Council the changes that this committee has, in the name of the board, adopted. And I have copies of that if anybody would like to look at it right now, look at what those changes are. I didn't know if...
When's the P216 meeting? Is it April?
Mark, help me with the P16 Council meeting.
March 29th. March 29th, yes.
Okay.
I hope I looked that up. And you will see that we made changes they're shown in bold on this document. Under the gold, there is a prepared by their P16 education to B. And then there are changes in 3 of the objectives. And it puts in elementary, middle, and high school, which is what the focus has been.
Any comments or changes? I think there's a lot of work that went into this between our last 2 meetings, so. And I think that the board provided us with delegated authority to this committee to approve this on behalf of the board.
Actually, it was to you and the vice chair.
Okay, so, okay, that's good.
Thanks to
Raymond,
Elaine
do
for
you envision any changes, any from our TEA counterparts as to whether they will be agreeable to these terms?
I would think so. They know that we've got to shift the focus of the council a little bit. It's been losing support, and there's been a decline in interest, and we need to reinvigorate it. And we think that some of these recommendations will. So I think I've talked to Shirley generally about some of the things that we need to do, and she's been very supportive.
Good. Okay.
Her attitude is, you're the chair, do whatever you want.
Take her up.
We will.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Glenn.
All right. Starting with the first item, which is the Education Research Centers, what I thought we'd do, if it's okay with the committee, is that as we go through these items, you will get your update on any changes. Those items that we don't have any change on, we'll just move through very quickly.
Okay.
And Susan is here with updates for the Education Research Centers.
Yes, we met with the reviewers in a telephone conference last week, first part of last week. I have got a draft written.
Can you pull your mic? Sorry.
Okay, getting better? We met with the reviewers and got the external reviewers' comments last week. I have got a written suggestion of what to do that I have yet to send to the commissioner because I finished it last night. So I'm going to have the commissioner look over it, make sure that he approves of this plan, and then it will move forward to the chair and vice chair of the coordinating board for them to look at, make sure they can agree with it, and then we will send it over to Commissioner Neely for her approval and to start the negotiation with then we will have to sign individual contracts with each of the research centers. So we are at that point of starting to get into writing up contracts and trying to negotiate what we really want done with what they propose to do.
Okay, and this is one of those items where we have an original timeline, and you can see that the naming was to be 3/1/07. We will have a revised date plugged in there, and we don't know what that is yet.
I don't know how long the negotiation process with each of the centers is going to actually take.
Just as a reminder, this was an assignment originally given to the Texas Education Agency, and their original timeline was to name centers by next September. So,
Way to go, team.
We've moved well ahead of that, though we're a little later than we would
We're
like
later
to
than
have
we
been.
had wanted to be.
Good job.
Very
Thanks,
good job.
Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
While Susan is here, could we skip forward to her other item because she has some commitments that she needs to get some things done on today.
Yeah.
And it would be item number 10, which is on page 5, is the performance indicators.
And I wish I had more to say on this one. We have talked to TEA. We have given them our suggestions on some additional accountability measures. They have not started on it over there. They have not started looking at it yet. We talked to them again this morning to see if maybe they had started on it yet. They do have some measures on their accountability site right now. They seem to think that those are going to be sufficient. We're going to try to convince them that we don't think they are. So since they haven't even started looking at it yet, it's going to be hard to convince them. But we've given them suggestions, and it's all data that we already run. And it talks about, percent of their students that require developmental ed and the matriculation into college, into any of the public, or private Texas colleges. And we think those should be part of the standard or part of what they're putting on their website.
You're asking them to report those on the...
No, we already get that information. We already have it, and we already have it on our website. They already link to it, but it's not part of their AEIS
Right.
performance measures.
So you're asking...
We're asking them to do that.
Incorporate it into that.
We're asking them to consider incorporating that into their AEIS system.
So the two items would be percentage of students requiring remediation, and the second is?
Their matriculation into college.
Okay.
And did you tell them how to figure that out?
We told them we'd do it for them.
Well, that's good, because I'm seeing this standard that popped up a number of years ago, just, tell us how many kids started ninth grade and tell us how many graduated, which doesn't sound...
It's not, we do a cohort analysis.
Oh,
we
I
look
know.
So,
Well, this is actually what Susan's talking about is high school seniors and whether they actually enroll in a Texas college or university or not, and those students and whether they're required to undertake developmental education or not. So it's their actual high school graduates linked with, in that case, actual performance on THEA. There may be some other things that you'd like to add in, and if you have ideas, would like
Well,
to.
yeah, I think that's really good, and I hope you may take your advice. But I also think somewhere, loud and clear, we need to have on there some information about the students who are no longer there, who the system totally failed to get even to 12th grade.
they do have some information on that on their site, and it breaks it out. It's not very clear to... it's not clear to me.
It's not accurate. Nobody thinks it's accurate. So why don't we have it? Why don't we do it?
My understanding is that they are in the process of doing some longitudinal studies over there that might feed into this. I don't know. I have not heard definitively how they're doing them, but it is my understanding that they've hired some programmers to start doing some longitudinal information like that.
They have said they're going to redo their dropout rates, and we need to learn more about that. And
I don't know
that's part of
exactly
that
what
process
that-
you're talking about.
I think they're talking about a completion rate, which makes more sense.
Right.
Is there anybody who would report for every Texas high school the number of students who started ninth grade and the number of students who graduated, with a little deal that says, we know this isn't official, but, hey, if we do this for every school, it'll give us some measure?
We can do that. I mean, for Publix, we could do that and calculate it. We've run the 7th grade cohort. We could try doing the 9th grade and sharing it with them and see what they think. We haven't done that before, so there are things we'd have to learn because of the number of students that are retained at that level and what's the right way to do it. But we have the data where we could actually run some numbers for them, probably as quickly as they could.
Okay.
If that's the idea of what you're talking about.
I mean, how do you, David, I've looked at that. Is this the information you sent me before, looking at the cohorts and going,
It's very hard to understand. I mean, it's very complicated. It's not an easy thing to put out there. And I think that's maybe one of the struggles they're having. But they are working toward doing more longitudinal, looking at it that way.
There's all this stuff about, how you do statistics, research, and it's all, wonderful stuff. And I've read these huge pages on these papers on how you calculate the dropout rate. But if you do the same thing for everybody, it'll give people who need to know a thumbnail understanding of how many people aren't making it all the way through our system. If you do it the same way for every high school in the state, I don't see how anyone can complain. They can say, oh, but you're not tracking this and you're not tracking that. Yes, but we're not tracking it for everybody. And the business people want to know how many people are dropping out. And this is a way that we can tell them, well, this isn't done by the standards of statistical analysis, but this will give you an idea.
And we can talk to them and see if that is what they are doing, because, like I said, I have just barely talked to them in passing about what they're doing. I have not gotten any kind of in-depth information about how they're doing it.
Yeah. Well, it's already been done anyway. It's just not being done by us or by TEA. It's being done by other people. but it's kind of I mean, you know, I think it'd be good if it came from us instead of from.
And we
Well,
can
I mean,
do it.
that's, what you're talking about sounds so that the high school equivalent of the graduation rate, in a sense that we calculate for high school, except doing it for 4 years, not giving extra years. And you know, with universities, we actually track across different universities and colleges in the state and include a measure for that. I mean, that can be done. You know, the real issue is whether they will accept it or not. But you know, we've done the 7th grade. We've talked about doing the 9th grade simply because they're national figures, which I guess Mortensen does, which do the 9th grade, and we'd like anyway to know how we really compare on that, how accurate those national figures are for us. So
We have that on our plate today.
that's something that's been on the agenda. We'll follow up.
So I'm sorry to take us down that, but I think it's important that we, as we talk about this whole thing, that we talk about the people who are not here, no longer in the system, and don't have the opportunity to take advantage of all this stuff.
Susan, I just want to make sure, this is left up to the TEA.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not saying we shouldn't try to influence it, okay, that's not what I'm saying, but it's very, the way I read this, it's very open as to what they define as an enhancement to the code, which basically, you know, measures students' progress towards post-secondary success.
Correct.
I mean, there's no definitive issues as to.
And from what we've understood, they feel like what they have out there currently is probably pretty good, and they want to make a few tweaks, and that's where we're going to. I think that's part of our suggestion, that we will be glad to provide the information so that it doesn't increase the reporting burden for them, and it doesn't increase their workload if they want to include this information.
I'm not sure that there's anything that I would think really gets at college readiness except test scores. There's like they had something that
They had some test
the
scores.
survey on whether students are going to go to college, which we know is a survey, and it's
College plans, and it's about 90% plan to go to college. You know, they ask seniors, do you want to go to college someday? And they say, oh yeah, that'd be great. And that's their college plan. So
Catherine, is there something besides,
haven't
do you
been-
recall, SAT scores somewhere in the system that you would think really gets at college readiness?
Most of the, and PSAT. Most of the school districts pay for, many of the school districts, I won't say most, pay for PSAT now for all students.
what they have is they have the ACT and SAT, those that met the cutoff score criteria, and then they have the TSI component and percent that passed English, language arts, and math. They don't have the writing on here at all.
You know, what we probably need to do is to get for the committee actually what they have there so the committee can look.
I can get
actually
copies
look
of
at
this
it.
and hand it out.
I think some of the things they have there are good, but they need to break them out under a preparation for post-secondary success, I think.
Well, they have them under college readiness indicators.
They do.
Is how they have it broken out.
All the test scores.
They have the test scores. They have the percent that are in advanced college or dual credit. How many graduate with the recommended and distinguished graduates. AP, IB results. Then that's where they have the SAT, ACT, and then they have the TSI component, percent that passed.
Is this one in their broader system or in their
This is in their accountability system.
Well, that's actually improved over what they had before.
Does that pop up on their report card too? Yes. Or not?
Yes, I think it does.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's much better than I recall.
And they have it broken out by, this is for the district, so they have it broken out by ethnicity. They have the statewide, the district-wide, campus group, which they look at similar size and ethnic mixed groups and have their districts. And then they have individuals that campus and then by ethnicity for that campus and by special pods.
Susan, will you send the committee a specific place to look at their website so we can all
Certainly.
go look at it and try to understand it?
Certainly.
And I think the only other question I'd really ask, and I guess of Glenda or David or the commissioner really is, still we get back to that whole issue of percentage of the students needing remediation and the ultimate matriculation rate. And And my question, is there anything we can do as a policy board to influence that? And I mean, I think those are great points by Lynn, but I mean, is there really anything we can do other than what we're doing right now to just try to, is the course we're going right now and the work Susan's doing with the TA, is that our best course to try to influence them to capture that type of information?
I think we're doing as much as we can right now. We're getting a lot of pushback on what we're trying to do now. I think if we try to do much more, we'd get real massive organized opposition. I think we're getting away with this about as much as we can.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is there a way that we could defy what you just said and
Our job as a board, we push.
That's right. In a friendly way, and look at a high school performance indicator specifically for high schools that would look at rigor of the senior year, that would look at numbers of dual credit courses offered, which is basically mandated by House Bill 1, where we look at remediation partnerships, I guess, for lack of a better word.
On the AEIS or what?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a way that we can influence an indicator, I've said this before. If I were a high school high school principal, and I looked at my population of juniors that were going to become seniors, and I thought these are the ones that didn't do well on tax, I'm going to get them some rigor in remediation to get them prepared. These are the ones that were at the cut point of the mastery or commended level. I'm going to make sure that these kids get opportunities for as much dual credit. These are the work study. I'm going to make sure that these are the ones that have internships or support systems in place from their work environment, so that no child left behind, basically, in the senior year. Mm-hmm. And then that would be an indicator. The rigor of the senior year would be an indicator for high school accountability.
It occurs to me as you say that one thing we may need to keep in mind as we go forward with the vertical teams is they're ultimately going to come out with what really are the standards for college readiness. And at some point, whatever is in this system should tie into that as the real ultimate measure of whether the students are college ready. And we can have a number of these other things, but ultimately that's probably what we ought to try to work for, is to what extent the students really meet those standards. I'm not sure how to do that, but...
Is that something we can recommend to the vertical teams for them to look at?
I think they are looking at it, aren't they?
Yeah,
They will.
They will be looking
at some point they need to, and so we'd want to make sure that we're not sending mixed messages at the end, and it may be we have to use some of those things. I don't really know.
Well, I don't think it's a mixed message. I think it's consistent with college readiness.
No, I mean, if some of those things actually fall short of the other, we need to make sure that we hit that mark, and so those are those suggestions may be things we need to do sooner, before they get their work done, and then look and see which ones really get at that, or do we need to add something where it hasn't been developed yet.
Well, if the legislation about the rigor of the senior year is successful, that gives us a great opportunity to go
4x4
to go backwards and say, you're going to need to be reporting this because the colleges are going to be.
Well, and they report individual courses to TEA currently, but as you said, if that 4x4, that's going to hopefully make a lot of changes in the right direction. And so I don't know.
Some of the things are mentioned, I mean, if in fact we develop the college readiness standards and so the schools are supposedly meeting them, but we still have high levels of need for developmental ed, that's also an evaluation of those standards. Have we fallen short somehow? So
We also have the proposed legislation on tightening admissions criteria, which would require students to take a rigorous program in their senior year. I talked to Mark Udoff about this the other day, and he said, oh, wow. He said, you really are pushing hard on this. And he thought that, he said he would support it, but that a lot of his interestingly enough, he said a lot of his presidents wouldn't.
Would not?
Would not. Because we have, frankly, we have so many institutions that are open admissions. They're concerned that if we tighten admissions criteria, their pool of students is going to shrink.
We have a large number of universities who, if they don't accept 100% of their applicants, they accept very close to 100% of their applicants. And they're not generally referred to as open admission, but in practice, if you apply, you're going to be admitted.
They have admission standards in place, but if you don't meet their admission standards, they let you in provisionally. All the time.
Well, it's a starting point anyway to have it, even if it's voluntary. It's a starting point.
I think they would oppose. I don't think ultimately I think if they thought they could fill their classrooms with that in place, they would be happy. They just don't believe that that's going to happen. And
theoretically, it would save them money on developmental education.
It would save them a lot of money, and their faculty would be much happier.
Right.
Their graduation rates would go up. I mean, so it's really maybe a transition issue. But I think they will fight it, as the commissioner said.
Well, why don't we move to the next item? What I would suggest here, if this is acceptable, is that one thing I've heard consistent is that really, if we want to see enhancement in this area, where's the best place to get that done? And what I've heard is probably within the work of the vertical teams, what I've heard. And so what I would ask is that we take that message back to the vertical teams and ask them to keep that in mind going forward.
And we can do that.
Okay.
Could I ask Susan one quick question? Is there a place on the AEIS for showing how many teachers are certified in the subjects they teach?
I'll have to look.
Okay.
I'm not as familiar with that as I should be, but
I think
There is. I don't know if it's in there, but I know we've been able to get that information or not.
But I don't think it's in their actual accountability system.
I know it's on their website, but I don't know.
It's the data's there. If you know how to look for it,
I
but
think
it's not a part of the
in there.
system.
And if we can't push for anything more right now, I think you all can at least say, well, our board is interested in this being in there at some point.
And I think that is, but I'm not as familiar with that part as I.
Well, I think that's another indicator for.
I will send out the link to everybody on where this is, and if I find it, I'll send that link also.
Thank you.
What page that's on.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
To address that, Lynn, the AEIS does have the number of teachers for the district or for the school by experience, by levels of experience, but I don't believe
In years?
Yes. Yeah. They'll say how many or what percent have 1 to 5 years teaching experience, 6 to 10, that sort, but I don't think it has by certification.
Okay. Now we'll go back to page 2. I just needed to release Susan as quickly as we could. We're to item number 3, which is the best practices clearinghouse. Abby, do we have any update on where they are? I know they've left the contract for that.
No, they haven't left the contract. They have, they completed the RFP process and they are negotiating with the top scorer in the process, but they have not yet completed those negotiations.
So that one's underway, and we hope by your June meeting to have some detail on this one that could be useful to you.
Are there any timelines that should be next to that?
No, there's nothing in the statute. And because we haven't been involved in this, I didn't have timelines. We can certainly get TEA if there are timelines to help fill that out.
The agency here refers to TEA?
Yes.
TEA staff or TEA commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going to item 4, the vertical teams. And Evie and Lynette, I think, are ready to give you an update. We've actually had a meeting.
You all received an announcement of the members of the vertical teams, and we had our first meeting February 26th to 28th. The first day was with the chairs of the vertical teams, and I think you recall that there's a chair from public ed and a chair from higher ed. I think one of the things that's probably most gratifying is the I have to admit, the surprise of how well and how quickly teams have started to work together. Dr. Conley is facilitating the process for us and facilitated the first meeting, and he said he's never worked with a state where the higher ed and public ed came together and just got down and started working without a lot of complaints and whining back and forth. We told them they'd been whining for many years, so they got it out of their system.
They pre-whine.
Yes.
Pre-whining and...
But we were commended for the people who we chose and the commitment that they have to making certain this works and to making certain it works right. I wanted to point out some of the things that the vertical team is responsible for doing. It's on your list, but some of the points that we've talked about today are part of their charge. The first step is college readiness, and because we may slip into different terminology, let me tell you that we refer to Phase 1 as the development of the college readiness standards that we see as sort of ending with that January meeting of our board. Phase 2 is and everything else. It's aligning the curriculum. It's making certain that the courses in all the way through from K through 12 support the acquisition of the college readiness standards. It's looking at assessments to make certain that they reflect the college readiness standards. So all the things that have been mentioned as concerns are things that during Phase 2 the committee, the vertical teams will be looking at. But I think you can be very pleased with the work they're doing so far. Their second meeting will be the end of March, and they are on a fast track that I didn't think they could meet, but now I think they're going to come in right on time for you all.
Commissioner?
What amount of contact is there with the State Board of Education, since they're so concerned that these vertical teams are going to usurp their authority to establish the curriculum?
Well, right now there is not a lot of contact. The State Board, they were going to be getting a report on this at their April meeting, but they canceled the April meeting. So the first official notification that the whole board will have will not be until their July meeting.
We need to be in touch with them before then. We need to send them progress reports. Do we have minutes, or we can?
I think this is something that at the meeting, by the way, we meet on a bi-weekly basis with TEA staff, and at the meeting yesterday, this is one of the things they were talking about taking up and how they were going to proceed. So I think that they have it in hand, but I can check to make certain on that.
I think based on just some of the things that have happened up until this point, it's very clear that there will be some members of the State Board of Education that will put things in the worst possible light. And I think it's probably the smart thing to do to try to make sure that we preempt at least some of that by letting the board know as issues develop where those vertical teams are exactly in their deliberations, what they're working on, and give the State Board of Education an opportunity to comment. I think waiting till July is way too long.
Well, I know they do too. I mean, staff does too. They were very disappointed that they wouldn't be able to do a full accounting in April.
But because of the vertical teams are on such a tight timeline, and because they have so much to do, we don't want the vertical teams to be distracted, or these two agencies to be distracted by some political squabble about whether these vertical teams are undermining the work of the State Board.
Commissioner, can you,
Excuse me?
I wanted to ask the Commissioner, for those of us who are not that familiar with the inner workings of the State Board of Education, as we go through this process and get the college readiness standards developed, on a collaborative basis and agreed to, they need to be part of that process. I mean, can that process be derailed by not having the buy-in at that level?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I just don't understand I guess they have oversight of what comes out of the TEA, and they've got to sign off on it. Is that correct?
Well, no, the issue is that the State Board of Education has statutory authority to establish the curriculum. Obviously, the work of the vertical teams has a very profound relationship to the curriculum. Now, what I've been saying over and over again, Shirley has been saying this, other people at the coordinating board and the coordinating board staff have said this, is that we are not in any way challenging the state board's authority to establish a curriculum. What we are interested in doing is ensuring that the curriculum is taught at a sufficient level of rigor to get students college ready. There have been some members of the State Board of Education who've had difficulty understanding or appreciating that position. And we have already been, particularly Shirley and I, have been attacked as wanting to undermine the State Board's authority. Lori has sent me a couple of email reports on several State Board members'
I just didn't want to
blogs.
disturb you because I figured you were too busy reading textbooks, taking the Constitution out of it.
That's right. One of the State Board members said on her website that these unelected bureaucrats, was that the phrase he used? These two unelected bureaucrats, meaning Shirley Neely and I, wanted to take over the curriculum, and the first thing we were going to do was take the teaching of the Constitution out of the curriculum. These are things that have been said. So clearly there's a high level of consternation and concern on the part of some State Board members about the vertical teams and about the role of TEA in this agency. And I'm certain we're not going to mollify all of their concerns, but at least we can have something on the record that shows that we try to work with them collegially and that we weren't interested in doing anything that would lend credence to the allegations.
Is there anything that we can do as a policymaking board to help facilitate dialogue? I mean, is there anything we can do? I mean, I see you smiling, so I guess that's a no. For me, that's
I'll put it euphemistically, and Lynn and Lori understand my point. I think you should speak to the chair of the board about this issue. And I think he has some ideas about the level of contact that's appropriate between this board and the State Board. Is that fair to say?
I think so.
Has the chair and vice chair of both boards, have they ever met? The chair and vice chair of our board, have they ever met with the chair and vice chair of the State Board? I mean,
Not recently.
I would go a step further and say, have both boards ever met? But at the very least, has the leadership of both boards ever met? And would that be?
You say
Jim Nelson,
Not recently.
Jim Nelson, Commissioner. I sat on a committee, and I think Bob also sat on the committee, that we did meet with some representatives from their board. That was very, very short-lived.
There was earlier, and I forgot the title.
That was since I've been here.
The
That's what I've
joint
written.
committee in which there were, I believe, 3 members of this board and 3 members of the State Board of Ed that met. I've forgotten how many times. It was very difficult to get the State Board of Ed representatives there.
Yes, we met, we showed up. I can't remember who
This
our
has been
board
quite a
member
while
was.
ago.
It was the appointed board.
But it lasted for about 5 or 6 years.
And they have been invited to the meetings that Neil had created, correct? I know that there's been
They have not
representatives.
attended.
They have not attended.
And even back then, they didn't attend,
And we
seldomly.
And we have tried to develop some mechanisms for more cooperation. For example, we had set up that meeting after I had addressed the State Board in November, and I was roundly attacked as a representative of higher education for the lousy job that schools and colleges of education were doing in preparing teachers. And I was attacked for not ensuring that the deans and faculty in schools of education were teaching to tax, and that they were teaching phonics to their elementary school teachers instead of whole language.
Other way around, they were teaching whole language rather than...
No, I said they were not teaching phonics.
Oh, correct.
Yes.
Yes. No.
They were not teaching phonics, and they were very upset about that, and they said, why don't you do something about that? And I said, well, really, I and the coordinating board have no authority over how schools of education prepare teachers, but we'd be happy to facilitate a meeting between you and deans of education where you can make your feelings known. And we set that up, and then at the very last minute, the members of the State Board of Education canceled.
Actually, it was the chairman who canceled.
The chair who canceled, yes.
I think Raymond had a good idea that you have minutes for all of your meetings and provide them to the State Board of Education and our board and Raymond and Shirley and whoever else. And that covers your tracks right there.
I think that's a good idea.
And I would think it might be a good idea, and I'd like the advice of the committee on this, that I send a letter, or it could be jointly signed by Shirley and me, and send a letter to the chair of the State Board and provide her a status report, say that the vertical teams have been established, identify the members of the vertical teams, and just provide a very, apart from the minutes, provide a general overview of what the agenda of the vertical teams is for the short term, and ask if she would be interested in either participating in any way or providing comment, and just try to keep the relationship as cordial as possible. I don't know how successful that would be, but at least we would be in a position to say we tried to be collegial in every way possible.
And we were open and transparent in...
If in the end, the vertical teams make certain recommendations, and House Bill 1 requires it, and TEA, the State Board rejects it, that can happen?
I don't know that...
The wording, I'm sorry, but the wording in House Bill 1 is a little confusing. It says that the board has to incorporate them into the curriculum. It doesn't really say how that would occur.
If you look at that first bullet, the language is here in the document. It's that first bullet under there. That's the exact language from House Bill 1.
But Chapter 28 in general says the State Board does have the right to review and adopt curriculum. So they're not quite certain how that's going to work, but Representative Eisler has introduced a piece of legislation that would require the State Board to include the college readiness standards in the required courses of I believe it's 12th grade courses. So there is some legislation pending that would make it a requirement.
We'll make sure to compliment Representative Eisler.
Yeah, I've got all of his bills highlighted.
But it's
House Bill 1639,
I'm sorry, I don't...
relating to performance standards and accreditation procedures for public schools. Would that be it?
We'll pull it.
Yeah,
I can get
Yeah,
it
we
for
should
you.
know that.
By the time we go there.
Debbie will look it up.
Thank you.
But the answer to your question, Whit, is we're not exactly certain what the authority of the State Board would be to accept or reject the recommendations of the vertical teams, because the language in the legislation is vague.
Well, I think your recommendation is really good. I think the whole issue of transparency, so that when we get to that point where in October, November, we recommended them, we can show a clear trail where we've made diligent efforts to provide them with everything we've done. And I think that's critical.
No, and I think the other part of it is we don't want there to be any likelihood that the state board will say the members will say they were taken by surprise, and we want to make sure that they're well informed of what we're doing, every step of the process, and have the opportunity to participate.
Why?
I'm moving to another topic if we're done with that one then. Okay. Back to some of the considerations with respect to the vertical teams and what they're saying is college readiness. For the sake of sounding kind of off the cuff and weird, but I'm just going to say it. What the heck? I know we're doing a lot of tangible things with the testing and looking at measures and metrics that seemingly reflect college readiness. I'm curious about some of the intangibles, like one thing that frustrates me is we have good tools to assess the progress of, third graders. Are they reading at a certain level? But we don't have a tool that assess our third graders dreaming of becoming something or someone when they grow up. There's no tool that says, are we aiming high? Are these kids dreaming about becoming something, especially with respect to some of the SMET? Career day after career day, you go and you talk to kids in elementary about becoming an engineer, and you ask, what does an engineer do? And they drive trains and they fix cars. I think we're losing a lot of ground to helping these kids dream about becoming an engineer. And when they're in high school, as we know, it's kind of late to start doing that. So what in readiness? There's so much more to readiness, as Dr. Connolly's pointed out. Study habits, thought processes that take it just away from the black and white and into the gray.
Familiarity with the culture of success in this country.
To dreaming about becoming an astronaut, about becoming a doctor, and how are we measuring these kids, whether or not they're exposed to career days, and are they exposed to industry coming in and saying, look what you could do one day to change the world vis-a-vis science and engineering. And I'm using those as examples because that's what I know, or try to know, or pretend like I know. But what can we do within the vertical teams to make sure, because we can develop all this data and build data robots, but if they don't have the ganas or the aspiration or the want to do more, then we're going to be in the same place. They'll just be better prepared a little bit.
Well, that's why we've been emphasizing the notion of a college-going culture, because a school culture is much more than the curriculum and what happens in the classroom. We need to we need to promote that kind of dreaming. As you point out, you can in fact, Glenda and I did this. I remember this vividly when we were in El Paso a couple of years ago at a magnet high school. And you asked the students, it was a biology class, wasn't it? It was a biology class, and we asked the students, how many of you intend to go to college? Every single child raised his or her hand. But then, after we had our brief presentation and the kids got back to work and Glenda and I were walking around the room, I started asking the children, what is it that you want to do? What do you want to study in college? And they would say, well, I want to be a doctor, or I want to be an engineer. And then you say, okay, what courses are you taking to ensure that you will be prepared to undertake that course of study? They didn't have a clue.
Right. And those are the intangibles.
Yes.
Have they been touched? Have they, to know what they need to do to even get there, even if they change their mind, I think all of us probably did. But it's amazing, I think, what the human spirit can do with aspiration and inspiration.
We have to,
we're not
as I say,
measuring in readiness.
We have to have activities embedded in the curriculum that get children to start thinking about those issues. We also, part of a college-going culture is teaching particularly poor children, as I said, to inform them about the culture of success. I was at that TSU committee meeting yesterday on the campus, and one of the things that people were talking about from TSU, they said that their students are so ill-prepared to do college-level work that they have to do things like teach them how to pay attention. They talked about how when students get ready to graduate, they have to teach some of the male students how to put on a tie, because they never worn a tie before. And we're going to have to get down to that level of detail. That's what that New York Times article was about.
Exactly, and I guess I bring it up now for the vertical teams to take a look at it and kind of put some framework around that. But then we talked about vertical teams, what they're coming out with, floating to accountability. So how can we incorporate measures of accountability that say elementary schools are embarking on reaching out to industry, developing career days for the youngsters? I mean, just some intangible stuff. Have they have professionals come in and talk about what they do, and et cetera, that can emanate from the vertical teams and flow into the accountability system?
No, you're absolutely right. We know that what we're trying to do involves much more than simple course, changing the curriculum of the course.
Not that that's simple. I mean, and I agree, but let's not forget the intangibles that how many folks do we know personally that because, had everything against them, yet made it. And it was just because of drive and dreaming and inspiration. And if we can get that down to the lowest levels, they'll find a way. They'll want to take rigor in high school. If they know it's leading to it, I think. Know if that's leading to something bigger and better that they could aspire to do.
The creation of the college-bound culture in these preschools, elementary schools, middle schools, that's where it needs to start. I was showing Glenda a picture I took on my cell phone. I went to a brand new school a couple weeks ago, and they had banners all the way around the lunchroom with college banners, and the kids that day were all wearing college T-shirts where their parents had gone to school, and the teachers were all wearing them. And that whole mindset and the discussions that were going on as a result of that, that's really what is needed in these schools, starting early. And one of the things that I think would be helpful is if we celebrated those kinds of best practices that we're seeing in preschools and elementary, middle, and high schools, and maybe make that a part of our STAR Awards,
right,
where we can look at real gems out there of what they're doing and share that.
I think it'd be great to see institutions of higher education begin recruiting in elementary school by such things as that. UTSA says, "Come here, go far." Why isn't that poster in every elementary hallway in San Antonio, for example? But I think we need to start getting our students to think about college as a means, not the ends. Because if it becomes the ends, it's easier to drop out. Oh, this is it? Well, I can't do it. I can't make it. This is, yeah. But if we show it as a means and not the ends is their life's ambition, their inspiration, their contribution. And so I think there'd be more. I know this is crazy, and I haven't been smoking anything, I promise. But I think that there would be more, hey, to go, And all these barriers that we identify they'll knock them down too. They'll be with us in this journey. Okay, I'll shut up.
I think we ought to try to write a college-going culture indicator for the school report card, and it's not much, and it could be fudged, but it would be there.
Well, related to that, I was wondering if, you guys have developed guidelines for P to 16 councils. Given the best practice, would it be useful essentially to develop something that would give people that haven't done an idea of how to create, the college-going culture just a beginning point? Because it's more than the banners. And I think this is one thing you're bringing up I really think it makes a lot of sense. A means, not an ends, because a lot of what we're talking about is getting to college, but not so much why and what it gets you to that really enables you to get to those dreams that you're talking about. And some of the things you mentioned are logical in a lot of schools, but I'm not so sure it's so logical in other schools that they do that, or do they even have the ready access to the people to come in and talk about what it is to be an engineer or what it is to do some of these other things. And so there may need to be some way to actually create a greater access to those types of people to come into the schools. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying they may need some help.
Absolutely.
Well,
and I know I've mentioned this
Not gonna happen at
to y'all before, but I started an education foundation in our community, and one of the goals of our foundation is to make sure that there will be scholarship money for every kid that graduates from high school in Ector County to go to an Ector County University of Texas for the Permian Basin or Odessa College. And as we began to talk about this and through our work that we do here, I informed the foundation that, you know, what good does it do for us to put that money out there when those kids are not prepared? And we're talking about $8 million to fundraise in the community to do that with, which I've got a lot of people on board that want to help do that. But we have begun discussions, and we used House Bill 1 as a motivator to do that because the public schools have money through this to do those kind of things. And we've contracted with the AVID program to come in, and all of this has been driven through the Education Foundation, which are volunteers from the community, not through public education. I convened a little working group with, for the first time, the superintendent and the presidents of the community college and the university to start talking about creating a college-going culture beginning at the elementary school level, not just those that we've already lost at the high school level, which is what the AVID program addresses. And I'm looking at Laurie because she knows about that program a lot. And there are other things out there that work, but it can't just be the college folks addressing it, the public education folks addressing it. The community has to be engaged in it. And, you know, there are organizations in communities that can be tied in with the creation of P16 councils to energize that. But there are people out there that are trying at local levels to do this. And back to what Laurie was saying, you know, that's where we need to get these initiatives, best practices, because everybody's out there looking for something that works. And there are people in communities that will lead those efforts. And they're generally outside of the regular educational system, the people that are making those things happen. And, you know, sometimes, not sometimes, most of the time, I'm sure it's the case, it's been that in my community and I'm sure it's in others, you know, getting those folks to the table to start talking about, you know, because then you get the community college and the university and, you know, well, it's cheaper if they come here to the community college than if they go to the university, and they start their eternal battle with each other at that table. And then the superintendent starts getting defensive about, well, okay, yeah, I know a lot of kids have to have remediation when they get to college, but it's really not our fault. And if it's convened from outside of that, then it's like, I don't care whose fault it is. We're here to fix it. And then people start getting more honest and open and talking about it. So in answer to your concerns, you know, I think everybody on the coordinating board has the same concerns, and, you know, we should, at our local communities, be the ones convening those groups to start making those changes, if they don't already exist. I mean, they're much further along in Houston. They're much further along in El Paso. You know, out in the hinterlands where Whit and I live in different parts of the state, they're not as far along. But, I mean, it can be done. And that's exactly, we need to be the leaders in that as individuals and as coordinating board to get those best practices out there. Because people are just wandering in the wilderness. They know they need to do something, and we just need to make it accessible to them to make that happen.
You know, you're right. And what's interesting is before our last P16 council meeting, it was really hard to get everybody to sit down and start the meeting because everyone was doing exactly what you're saying. A community college person was talking to a school board member from, you know, one of the outlying districts, and a dean of education was talking to somebody from the business community. And those kinds of conversations, that's what really makes things happen, that really spurs those wonderful examples on.
But in parallel, you know, while if it doesn't get measured, it's not going to be
Absolutely.
So in parallel, I think the leadership, you know, that everybody can point to when you are in your local communities is the things that are going to eventually, hopefully, matriculate down, and that's all this vertical team and et cetera. All I'm asking is that we don't forget the intangibles and figure out a way to not only encourage them occurring, whatever the activities that we can, but then have them as a measure so that we, have a place to start.
In most of
begin
the
process.
communities, you're not dealing with an educated population. I mean, you talk about the high school and they've got the college banners, which is fabulous, and that they're wearing the T-shirts.
This is elementary school.
In elementary school, and they're wearing the T-shirts of their parents. Well, in Odessa, Texas, their parents didn't go to college.
Right.
And in San Antonio and in
El Paso.
in Tyler and Longview, everywhere.
Referring to the...
They don't have that model.
Shoot, we have San Antonio. I mean, so referring to the article from the New York Times, I mean, it's about opening the doors to our younger generation about the possibilities that aren't necessarily set by the previous generation. And that's kind of the intangible we need to open up. We just have to.
That can be the theme of Raymond's State of Higher Education. Really, I'm serious. That's it.
In terms of measuring it, I think we ought to really think about the performance indicators. Since the legislature's already brought it up, then there's room there to suggest that there should be others.
Yeah.
And, some of y'all in here are old enough to remember that old term, consciousness raising.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what this will do, if nothing else. Having a college-going culture indicator on the school report card where you have several things to measure, career day, so on and so forth, how many activities, internship, consciousness raising.
It needs to be there.
But don't you think it goes back when the still, that needs to reside somewhere, and I think that resides with vertical teams.
That we're saying
that.
are going to roll out to the accountability measures.
Right.
So the connectivity will be there, is what I'm hearing.
Very good. Abby, I hope you're getting all this. Since you're
Every word.
But to me, it resides, there's connections between some of these things. I see it in number 10 with the performance indicators, which I would like that to be expanded, but vertical teams, go for it.
Okay. Elaine, thank you. Okay.
Okay, we're back to objective number 5, the college credit program, which is the 12th semester of credit hours, college level work for every public school, every high school. As far as I know, this is in place. All the public school districts are fully aware that this is the requirement. We've had some contact from community colleges who are concerned that they're going to be overextended. They hadn't gotten to that point yet. Joe, I don't know if anybody has indicated to you that they can't serve their community schools at that point. I know up front, Houston Community College was one that said they could just be taken over if they were being asked by every high school in even just HISD, that they could very quickly become overextended.
Well, when Ms. Bricker and I met with HISD, the school district already said that they weren't able to get HCC into certain high schools already prior to that plan. So I think that's a real issue that we have to address.
And one of the principal at Lamar High School in Houston that has the largest numbers of students in dual credit said that he was having a problem with it, that the 18 hours required in that subject area were, an obstacle for him. But he was appointed to, what did I tell you, David? Was it the SBAC board? Or what? No, that wasn't it. What board was he appointed to that?
We call the board.
Who makes that ultimate decision whether or not you have to have 18 hours?
That's the Southern Association.
That's it. I know it's started with an S. He's on that board now, and so I introduced him to the chair of the Houston Community College Board, and I said, you guys go figure this out, because evidently there is a way, especially for remedial courses to be taught, but also a way for the current teachers at a high school to teach those courses.
Remedial is not a problem, and I don't believe AP or IB is a problem. It's just the dual credit ones where it is collegiate credit.
What about faculty members from institutions of higher education other than community colleges? Do we have any way to, it says here that this section 280009 requires institutions of higher education to assist school districts in developing and implementing. How can we do that, Raymond?
Well, universities across the state have the same authority to do dual credit that the community colleges had originally. And I don't know how many of them are actually delivering dual credit at this point.
We need to look into that. Lynn, that's going to be tough. As you know, the culture of four-year institutions really discourages this kind of practice. Particularly those institutions that either are or have ambitions as research institutions. So we've had some preliminary discussions with chancellors and presidents. I've talked to UDOF. I've talked to Powers. I've talked to Dunn. I've talked to Alicio. I've spoken to Ricardo Romo about this. Ray Keck about changing the faculty reward system in four-year institutions to promote this kind of activity. And to be frank about it, there's been very little positive response. I think for the short term, we would be wiser to focus on community colleges and see if we can get that. If we can get some momentum on that issue, that might create some incentives for four-year institutions to do it. But there's very little activity. We need to find out how much is going on, but I would suspect very little.
Well, it just occurs to me, since you mentioned that, because of the 18-hour requirement, that would mean there'd be, at some universities, a large number of graduate students that would qualify. And would that be a way, essentially, to expand support to graduate students, because there are dollars involved, and maybe that could mean more master students who are past that first year could have
That's a
funds.
potentially good idea.
Indeed, that is, I think, a high potential. The other one is, as soon as we can get these courses redesigned for their alternate delivery mode, it becomes much more economical to place them in the high schools and to use the teaching assistants. And at that point, once it's properly designed, the instructor of record doesn't have to be there every day to do it. And then even the high school teacher with less than 18 hours is a qualified teaching assistant in that kind of a course. So there's a lot that I think is potentially there, but it's going to take a year or two to get there. So the mandate to have it in place by this fall is a bit of a stretch, and this may not work. The other piece of this, you have to keep in mind, it says to make it available. Making it available and having 3 students in the room is extremely inefficient. So when you have to make it available and nobody shows up, or unfortunately if nobody shows up, that's fine economically. It's when 1 or 2 students show up and you have to cover the whole cost of the course on the revenue of 1 or 2. This one's going to take a little time.
Well, that's where course redesign and teleclassrooms or distance learning come in. Couldn't they do it that way?
Well, the Virtual College of Texas,
right.
that's one of the mechanisms for doing that, and I'm not sure what.
The virtual college is available. The UT Telecampus has a number of these entry-level courses available. So there are some ways to.
Several college courses that are being had across the state.
Well, we need to do an inventory of first of all, we need to do an inventory of the four-year institutions that are participating in dual credit programs. We need to do an inventory of courses that are dual credit courses that are offered online or through some distance learning mechanism, and figure out what we need to do to make sure there's coverage across the state.
There is technical coverage now up to the 12 hours. I'm quite sure of that. It has been for quite some time. The real issue is for the individual high schools to make that available and to make it available when they've got very low demand.
Is there a way we can somehow efficiently do a survey and find out what the high schools currently have and what their obstacles are and how we could help them? Is that our responsibility, or?
No, I think that would be TEA's responsibility.
We could easily get, because they have it already, the number of advanced placement and international baccalaureate courses that every institute, every campus is offering. And those also count as part of this. The dual enrollment would be a little bit harder because in some cases it's individual students who you are working with as opposed to a whole class, so it wouldn't necessarily percolate up. But we could certainly get the AP and IB data if you'd be interested in that.
Well, it's not that I would be personally interested in it. It's that I think that we need to help, we along with TEA need to figure out how to make this work.
Right.
And if the high schools are saying that the obstacle is the community colleges, and the community colleges are saying that the obstacle is getting into the high schools, and the real issue is how to fill up these classrooms with qualified teachers, then if there's a way that we can filter through this and find out how to make it work, I think that it's our joint responsibility with CEA to make it work.
I agree. I don't think it's if there's a way. I agree with you completely. So we need to find a way. We can't just sit here and say, oh, well, it's hard. And, we need to find a way.
And I think what you said is that we sort of know what the pieces are. Generally, we need to get them all together and develop a plan to do it.
Yeah.
Right.
And even if it takes a year longer than we want to do that, we have to start now to get those pieces together. And I think we can do that.
Let me just mention one other way that I know works, and Elaine's probably familiar with it. The Bernie High School sends a bus down to UTSA every morning with a busload of kids who fan out, and they take several of those entry-level courses in the early morning and then go back to Bernie. Now that works out to be reasonably efficient, that you can have small numbers of students joining the regular campus class, as opposed to trying to set up the class on the Bernie campus. And again, I'm back to kind of the economics of it. 3 students, setting up a class up there for 3 students doesn't work. Bringing a dozen students down and spreading them out in 4 classes does work. So for most of our schools, say roughly 80% of the high schools are within commuting distance of a college campus, either a community college or a university or both. Probably the biggest struggle is going to be for that other 20% that are a good distance away and have relatively small numbers of students who will take it.
Let's take
In Ms. Perriman's
you got a lot of
Is this an area where we could suggest that the ISD spend some of their money per pupil on
Their high school allotment.
their allotment? Because a lot of students take these courses. I don't even know how we would catch them. They go to ACC in the summer and take dual credit courses, from my high school. And then a lot of students, I'm sure, don't because they don't have the money.
You have to get permission. It's in board rule, their board rule. You have to get permission from your principal in order to take a dual enrollment course at Kent. So the kids would get credit even if they took it during the summertime.
Oh, yeah, they get credit. I'm just saying, I wonder if there's a way that we could suggest that might be a good use of some of that personal allotment.
I believe TEA did that. I talked to Shirley about that when the high school allotment issue was passed. I asked Shirley if TEA was going to send out a menu of possibilities, and they said that they were.
And if a course is counting for high school credit, you can't charge. I mean, it would be free to the student with whatever funds the school district was using. The only possible fund exchange on the student's part would be if they wanted the college credit and if the college charged them, and many of the colleges do not charge tuition.
You're in district. If you're out of the district, and that, if you're not annexed, then they charge.
Yeah.
Just in the service area. And the other part of it is the books are expensive.
Right.
The books are very expensive.
And at one time, TEA was paying for the books. I don't know if they, Jim Nelson and Odessa College, they were paying for them. I don't know if they still do that.
They still do in Odessa, for Concord, the public schools.
That's not uniform,
But
though.
I
Yeah.
not uniform, no.
David, I would suggest that, and I think these are great, what I've heard is let's assess where we are in availability. Number one, as Commissioner said, four-year level, online distance learning. And then put that together with, some type of plan that addresses the issues to bring it back to the committee. I mean, but it's obviously something that, to get done by the fall of '08, it sounds like it's going to be very difficult, Joe, from what you've said. And that's not to say you feel ahead, and I think we need to bring and understand the scope of where the shortages are, and then have y'all present a plan back to the committee. We'll do that. Okay.
We're to object to item number 6, the recommended high school, the 4x4, and that was pretty well taken care of. I suspect that there are colleges that are being asked to assist with offering coursework in the senior year, more dual credit because of the additional year in math and year in science. But we don't actually have anything to base that on other than just the gut feeling that that's ways that some schools are going to have to deal with it because of the lack of certified teachers in math and science. We move from there to item number 7, which is the flexible school day for early college high school attendees. And this is truly a TEA function, and it's one that we will get them to help us flesh out and have the exact information in there from TEA. This isn't one that we share with them.
Linda, excuse me, back to number 6. Are we going to discuss the challenges? Mr. Chairman, do you want us to discuss the challenges and legislative issues associated with all of these? Because there are a whole bunch.
Yes.
With number 6 here.
And that first challenge is the one that I talked about. We believe that colleges and universities are going to be asked to do more dual credit, but for this, in addition to the 12 hours that has to be made available, that it may be the math and science component that would be a part of it. And then the second bullet in that challenges column is to consider whether we recommend to TEA that we add a section to the indicator system about the rigor of the senior year.
And we were already talking about that.
Yes. And then the next two are bills that have been filed, and I did not fill in those numbers, and I actually could have done that.
There's something on this Bill 1031, Senate Bill 1031 is the second one, or the last item, require that the PSAT or plan. The only thing is the 1031 requires the PSAT and does not include the plan test.
Which is the ACT
equivalent.
test.
I thought
equivalent.
we added that. How did it got taken out by the author?
I don't know.
Is that our bill?
Yeah.
That's our bill.
31?
Yeah, we can ask. David, I didn't realize that it didn't have plan in it. Did you?
No, I didn't.
Our draft that we sent over had both.
Yeah.
And we did that to provide more flexibility.
Right.
Yes. Because some school districts already use that whole series.
Right.
Did we discuss, I've heard it mentioned, we talked to you about maybe asking the senator when you see him this afternoon to consider a bill to provide funds for math and science teachers?
There are districts that are already doing that, that would be great. Representative Eisler?
Yeah, just being nice. They're going to have to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
maybe that's something you can talk to.
Yeah, sure. Is there a way that we could or should look at the 4x4 to help school board members and school districts understand that we acknowledge the obstacles, but that we want to work through them with them? I'm trying to say this right. There's a lot of objection, as you know. As strongly as higher ed feels about this, that's as strongly, I think, as school districts feel against it. Their concerns are trying to get the math and science teachers. Their concerns are that it would crowd out the arts and other courses, that it would absolutely kill the career and technology program. And these are just things that I'm hearing. I'm wondering what the best way would be to communicate an understanding of those concerns. Perhaps, for example, when you speak at TASB, that you would incorporate that, saying, we understand. But if there was a way, and I don't know what that is, other than maybe at conferences or whatever, but maybe if you and Shirley were to put something out saying, here are concerns that our board and I'm sure your board feel about this, because I probably get more pushback on that from House Bill 1 than anything. I think I do, as a matter of fact.
Well, one of the things that we tell people that we're doing, we're trying to create incentives in higher education to produce more teachers in STEM fields, and we're talking about using models that are similar to, for example, the programs, the incentive programs we have to produce more nurses. We recognize that that's a very serious challenge. One of the reasons that we've started to meet with deans of schools of education on a regular basis is precisely to make sure that they understand that House Bill 1 and its progeny have all kinds of implications for the way we prepare teachers. So I agree, we need to do a good job, and I think that certainly I haven't done as well as I could in communicating that, but you're right. I mean, we're getting a tremendous amount of pushback. Now, the people in the vocational fields, I'm not sure that I am willing to accommodate them, because my argument is that you've got to have students college ready out of high school, and you need to push since vocational fields and that the whole CTE area is becoming much more complex, and that the skill set is much more demanding than it was 15, 20 years ago, that we ought to push most of CTE to community colleges and focus on college readiness. I know that's not going to mollify the vocational teachers in high school, but that's simply a function of the fact that the employment picture in the global economy had changed dramatically, and that there are very few jobs that anybody is predicting over the next 20 years that those vocational ed programs in high school address effectively.
I agree with you, but in a P16 council meeting, you would get those from the Workforce Commission and others that would, and same with how we worded things with our P16, to be so careful is to say it's not everyone going to college, but everyone being college ready. That some may go into the workforce or into training of different fields. So I guess by playing devil's advocate and thinking of the obstacles that and arguments that we might get against it, what are ways that we can explain and support these school districts?
Why can't we start talking about, just as we talk about aligning the academic curriculum in K through 12 with the academic curriculum in higher education, why can't we talk about CTE, aligning CTE in high schools with CTE in community colleges?
Yeah, that's good.
In fact, appropriately designed and appropriately rigorous occupational courses can be dual credit
That's
courses.
exciting, yeah.
The other thing too, and Ms. Brooker, you might not have a current copy of this, but you know there are lots of the career and technology courses that can be taken for your science credit.
Sure.
And it could be that lots of the people are not aware that there are courses that cross over that could meet the requirement of the 4x4 and are still the career technology.
Well, that's the kind of information, obviously, we need to get out. I mean, I was even told as recently as last week that what this is going to do is push minority and poor children out of high school and make them drop out. Because if they see this, I'm telling you, that's the
That is exactly what you're saying. I've had them say
I know they
exactly
say
the
that
same
all the
thing.
time. That's profoundly offensive.
It is to me, too.
That is
There was
what they
just
say.
an article in the paper this weekend, it's same old thing, you know.
The implication is they can't do the work.
Right. And,
Well, Laura.
I just wanted to make a statement about that.
you know, 80% of the students think they're going to go to college, 90% of the parents think their kids are going to go to college, but only 30% of the teachers think that more than 30% of the kids they're teaching are going to go to college. And this is where we're getting the pushback. We just have to be mindful of it. It's a huge revolutionary change.
So, Raymond, I mean, I agree that that's offensive, but how do we counter that argument?
Well, I
Because,
think...
I mean, I'm hearing it, Laura hears it all the time.
I think I just watered down this
Yeah.
bill, but...
I heard from Hispanic superintendents. I heard from Hispanic teachers. I think what we have to do is we have to work through the vertical teams and we have to demonstrate how this can be done. I think we have to make sure that people are aware of Dave Conley's research, which shows that you can get 80% of high school students college ready. We just have to hit away at that. But we're very much aware that this is going on.
I think your alignment idea of that curriculum is excellent.
And you know that report we had last year from the CTE, I was so impressed that these students were much further along in the general population in taking more science and math and English, taking closer to the 4x4x4 than the regular population. So there's some proof, Laurie. We need to find that report. Does anybody remember that report?
Say that again?
It's probably the tech prep report.
Yeah, the tech prep report.
Yes.
Can we get that? That was so impressive.
They've had to do the recommended high school curriculum.
Yes.
Our tech prep director is sitting in the back.
Yes. Well, great. What should we do? Is there a next step we should take on this aligning CTE? I think that's just a brilliant idea.
Well, we'll start looking at it. Well, it shouldn't be hard to do.
If that says we can do it.
They're already doing it. We need to spread the word.
I was going to say that some of that's already going on.
Yeah.
Okay, I failed to point out that items that are shaded in these columns are those that are already done. I think I may have missed saying that, so that we were trying to find a way to show very quickly that some things have been accomplished.
Okay.
Are we ready for number 8, the Texas Governor Schools?
The contract with UNC has been in their hands now. The school will be at the University of North Texas. It starts June 11th.
The contract's going out today.
The contract's going out today.
Just got it late yesterday afternoon.
The school is scheduled to start on June 11th, and it will run for 4 weeks. We are hoping both commissioners of education will be there to welcome the students. We'd like to get the governor there. They are planning on holding it for 150, I believe it's 152 students. I think some of you may be familiar with North Texas. They run the TAMS program, the Texas Academy of Math and Science. So they already have dorms that are hermetically sealed for high school students. And they also have a faculty that is familiar with working with young students. So it seemed like a good choice in a short time period to go with them. And they're very excited about running the program, and we hope that sometime during the whole program, you all will be able to stop by and see what they're doing.
And if you would like to visit, just let me or Evie know, and we can set up a time for you to actually visit while the students are there, if you're interested. Okay. We go to number 9, which is the end-of-course assessment as a placement instrument. Evie, I think this one is yours too.
It's both of ours.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's okay. I think I can start. She has some information that she's going to share. This obviously is one that is near and dear to all of us as we talk about assessments, and our current college readiness assessments, which we have many of, that the end-of-course assessments would provide us an opportunity to perhaps pull all of those things together. We need to do some alignment of assessments, which we're going to do in the meantime with the assessment instruments that we do use. But the end-of-course assessments, we believe will follow very closely with adoption of the college readiness standards. And the activities that TEA is already doing and the things that they will be doing if end-of-course assessments are actually adopted by the legislature, our staff will have to work very closely with their staff in making sure that those alignments are in place so that it does provide an opportunity for assessing readiness for college activity as well as end of high school, specifically those that are end of high school. But it will be an alignment of all of those end-of-course assessments, not just the high school end-of-course assessments. So we will have to do a lot of work with the staff at TEA in making sure that these things can be used for that activity, assessing college readiness also.
I think many of you know that there's been a bill introduced, and it's being carried by Senator Shapiro and by Representative Eisler, to do away with tax at the high school level and to introduce 12 end-of-course exams, 3 each in language arts, math, science, and social studies. And it follows the progression, the encouraged progression of the high school courses. And I say encouraged because there is no set standard for when students take courses or tests. There is a rather complicated system of how you would assess all of these, but I think the issues that are probably of main interest to us is that the recommendation in the proposed legislation is that there would be optional questions added to each of the end-of-course tests that would be your college readiness test that students could or could not take, and they would do that after they had taken the first part of the test.
So you're saying that it's voluntary for students to take the college readiness piece? It's a separate piece?
Correct. In the proposed legislation, remember, there's still time to work on this, but that is what is being proposed. The other item that is probably of interest to us is the part about the college readiness diagnostic test. We talked a moment ago about the PSAT in the 10th grade. The law also requires students to take an 8th grade norm test. The only one that I think fits the description in the law would be the ACT Explore test. So the way the legislation reads now, students would be required to take the Explore in the 8th grade, required to take the PSAT in the 10th grade, and then could take either the SAT or the ACT in the 11th grade. All of those would be the expenses for those would all be assumed by the state. And I'm the messenger. And we can get you, by the way, this is a press release that was put out by Florence Shapiro's office on the legislation, so if you'd like a copy of it, we can sure get it printed up for you.
These are all criterion referenced.
Correct, but they must include the college readiness standards as part of the assessment. Because there are bills that are sort of laying on top of one another. You know, you have the bill that says you've got to include college readiness standards in those 12th grade courses. So so they are assuming that these are integrated into the courses, and then you would be testing the course. Now, I know I can suspect that your question. I don't know how you would separate out if it's embedded in a course, the college readiness standards. I think it would be quite difficult to have an assessment that starts after you completed a course test, because it's part of the course, the college readiness standards. So it's going to be interesting, and I imagine there will be some changes and modifications made to the legislation. There are things that are really, and they don't really affect us as much, but the way the legislation is written, these tests would count for 15% of a student's grade in those courses. So the question becomes, when are you giving the end of course tests so that you could grade 300,000 10th grade English 1 tests and still have it count as part of your grade?
So you're saying there's a two-part exam for each of these. One of them is based on college readiness standards, and the other one is based on what?
Well, it's supposed to be based on the course the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills of the course.
You look confused. I'm confused.
Well, it's a very confusing and complex piece of legislation, but it addresses the it's how the legislature is approaching end of course exams for high school students and making it also a college readiness.
Did I hear you say that the section on college readiness is optional? Did I hear you say that?
Yes, you heard. Yes.
The test questions.
Well, my question is, what do we need to do? How would we like to shape that piece of legislature with, to accomplish what we need to accomplish?
We met, I guess, a couple of days ago, and when Evie shared this with us for the first time, what we thought we needed to do was to get together some of those issues and to share those with Raymond, and that he probably needed to sit down and meet with Senator Shapiro to address, if we think there's some things that need to be cleared up or straightened out, or particularly this issue about the optional piece in terms of the college readiness.
Yeah, you're going to see Iceland this afternoon, right?
I'm taking notes.
The students are opt out.
They're going to opt out. The only way I can see this working is if it was some kind of a phase-in, like the difficulty of the tax. They phase that in so that the people who hadn't been prepared for it in their college classes wouldn't be, in their high school classes wouldn't be.
There is a phase-in. It would be for this year's sixth grade students would be the first ones that would be impacted by the legislation.
But to make this optional is to undo every single thing we've been talking about.
Right. What's an example of a college readiness question that would be embedded within an end-of-course exam?
Well, first of all, wait. I'm the messenger. I think that one of the things that is not... I think that they are still assuming that you will just be able to get a score on what these what the college readiness assessments are. And I think that when you look at the kinds of things that the vertical teams are talking about, it would be very difficult to come up with multiple choice questions that would address college readiness, because we're talking about skill sets.
Well, and hopefully intangible stuff.
Yes. So, it would be very difficult to do that. And I think that that's one of the things that we would be bringing up when we talk to the legislature, that this is a little bit more complex than they may be thinking it is. And by the way, CEA is writing up its issues too, because they're seeing it differently.
If a senior were to take an end-of-course exam, the senior's already been accepted or not into college by the time they're taking it. This needs to be focused on juniors.
Well, they really are. If you look at the courses, it really is the courses. Remember, it's 3 in each content area. So it's English 1, 2, and 3, Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, Biology, Chemistry, Physics.
So most of them would be
World History, World Geography, and U.S. History. There you go.
Well, most of them would be taken in the junior year except for physics.
The college readiness standards are supposed to be embedded into what I'm thinking would be that last set of courses. But again, I don't think that's really how vertical teams are looking at. You wouldn't be able to just embed something in the 12th grade. It would have to be developmentally provided for the students so that they would be ready for the college readiness assessments. Again, this is a piece of legislation that you are going to probably see in a very different form after the teacher groups, the testing companies, the state agencies offer their review, the state associations.
Well, I think our war cry can be, if you make these tests optional, we'll just have to make closing the gaps optional. Because we can't.
That's
we
exactly
can't do it
right.
Otherwise,
and closing the gaps would only be for some kids.
right. I mean, my kid wouldn't take the hard questions.
No.
Of course not. Only the 25% who already have always been taking the hard questions and the hard questions will take it. Because the 70% grade average for all of these to pass, to graduate out of high school, that wouldn't depend. I mean, you could take all the easy ones, right, to get your 70%.
Well, you'd have to take the tests in those. Well, you wouldn't be able to pick and choose questions. And remember, there's nothing that's yet been passed, but presumably you wouldn't have any choice on questions you took till you hit that optional point.
Right.
So, and the courses are fixed. You can't. They're courses that most students, all students, are really going to have to take.
Well, how long do we have? I mean, we need to obviously talk to Senator Sturrell about this.
We know which bill it is.
We have till Friday to get a lot of these.
Until Friday.
So
I'll try to contact her today. I had a cell phone.
Hey, can we get a copy of the summary of the legislation? I don't have it.
Evie, do you have that? Did you say it's a House bill or Senate bill? Is it?
We have it's being copied. It's not a copy of the bill itself. It's a copy of the press release.
Okay.
The bill is a
Senate bill.
It's right there. Lengthy bill.
But I agree 100%. To have it optional as an optional part for the college readiness, it basically
Should be the standard. It shouldn't be an option.
Yeah. Yeah, the way it sounds like is you opt in, what it should be is really difficult to opt out. Yeah.
Well, if it's an accountability measure, it has to be taken.
If it's embedded, they don't know the difference.
Instead of coming at the
House Bill 20.
If you look at the page that has the chart on it, what we are discussing is bullet number 4.
2236.
If you think about the tax, right now, there is a score that they receive that indicates college readiness, but the student doesn't know necessarily which questions might indicate college readiness. It's the score that they have to achieve. So they've embedded it into tax. Yeah, this would be a little different.
I think we should call this bill Back to the Future Bill.
Well, I mean, knowing how Senator Shapiro has supported us in all the college readiness initiatives,
Yeah.
I just can't imagine, imagine how we couldn't have a little influence to get that, the optional nature, modified within the bill. Well, Commissioner, we just need to leave that to, ask you to kind of,
Well, we'll get on it.
in addition to all the other ones you're doing, but to me, this is awful important.
Agreed.
As it relates to, it takes all of the, all the leverage that we've got in HB1, it seems like it really mitigates a lot of that if it becomes law.
Then it takes away the possibility that the vertical teams could have some influence over the end of course exams, which I think is what we were all hoping. Excuse me.
We're ready for number 11 is another CEA one that we don't have detail on at this point.
After you talk to Senator Shapiro, could you just give us next subject, kind of give us an update of what the response to that is?
And also to Rob Eisler, because he's co-sponsoring.
Yeah, sure is.
We'll do that
We're doing it today.
I made another note.
Okay.
Objective 12, item number 12 is the high school allotment. I don't think there's anything much to report other than and ONS has drafted a document, a letter to be sent to superintendents that provides some information and provides some suggestions on how that $275 per student be used. That would help with creating the college-going culture, college readiness, help us with closing the gaps. And so you'll see a copy of that once it makes it through the way here. And it would be a letter that comes from both commissioners, Neely and Paredes.
And when would that go out?
As soon as we can get it where everybody agrees to the language in it. We're close.
Okay.
There's no evaluation tied to how they use that money.
Not by statute.
Your statute.
Number 13 is the College Readiness and Success Strategic Action Plan, and the update there is the changes that this board has proposed for the objectives will go through the process starting with the March meeting at the PNS State Committee, and we'll work from that way through that committee and through the Commissioner of Education. And hopefully we will have a report for you at the April board meeting on where we are on that. One of the items that is taking a lot of staff time right now, and it's really exciting that we have money to do some of these things, is item number 14, programs to enhance student success. And I think we've got a number of people who will be involved in this discussion. Abby, are you leading off?
Yes, with the summer bridge programs for 10th grade students and 11th grade students. And Ms. Burkett, this may be something that addresses the issue you brought up at the very beginning of the meeting, because the RFP focuses in on those students who have, by either their potential, their 10th grade tax scores, or their 11th grade tax scores, indicate that the students will be high school complete, but will not be college ready. They won't meet the score that's needed to be college ready. So these are summer school programs that would focus in on that very targeted group of students, trying to see if a short-term heavy dose of both academic skills and also outreach skills, involvement in going to the college, participating in college life a little, will make a difference in their scores. Also, we do require that these programs be partnerships between an institution of higher ed and either a school district or a high school campus, and that at least part of the funds must come from the high school allotment. So we are starting to try and encourage the use of those funds in our projects, in our RFP.
What about school
That's,
districts?
by the way, posted. That RFP is complete and it's on our webpage.
What about school districts that are already spending that high school allotment for programs and that might say, we don't have the money for this, to put our money into it? We're already spending our, what was it, $275?
Well, one of the things that we would hope that they would consider in their partnership would be if the high school doesn't have any money from this year's allotment, that they would agree to offer some refreshment Saturdays so that the college could come in. They would use that money to help close to test time as a refresher. So they'd have refreshment days for students. That sounds like they're having
That's what I thought. Yeah, I'm like,
I'm about refreshers.
refreshment. No, that didn't cost that much.
It's reminding them, of a refresher.
Refresher.
And they can commit their money to from the next fiscal year. So it would not prevent them from participating.
Put it up on the web.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Okay, Catherine, the developmental-led summer bridge programs between 12th and 13th.
Right. That RFP has already been written. It's also going through the channels to get final approval so that we can release that. And part of that, and I'll ditto what Evie said as far as the requirements and all, but also what we put in there was a requirement of their URRS report to make sure that we're getting those reports in so that they eligibility would be based on successful demonstration of a summer bridge type program, and also their completion and making sure that they got their URRS report into us, as well as the high school allotment, just like what you said also. So that's in the pipeline for approval.
Do we have any of these others that we have an update on from our last meeting? Item P, we're going to talk about the refocus, the URRS. We're going to have an agenda item on that later today.
Right.
So we will be covering that.
I was just going to comment on the bottom of that page. G provides professional development for regional P16 councils. That will also be putting out an RFP on that to come out within the next by May.
And that when?
May. We're hoping for May.
And what will that encompass?
We're anticipating, because we are going to have a P16 statewide summit that's already scheduled for June 20 and 21st, that we anticipate some of those funds could be used for the attendance of a team to attend this summit, as well as their own professional development within their regions, how they deem appropriate.
Are we identifying any professional development as sort of stars? Are we just letting them pick whatever they want?
We'll have recommendations, suggestions, topics, activities for them to choose from when we start writing the RFP.
And the statewide summit is when, the 20th and 21st?
Yes, and we have an announcement of that we would put out during lunch, but we can send it around now if people would like that.
Will there be any help to, begin the formation of? I mean, it's hard to get development for folks if we don't have one in place. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
The proposals, the RFPs, would a forming P16 council, one that's not quite there yet, be eligible for funds?
And will
I
that
would
be
think
something
so.
to help
Oh, absolutely.
formation of?
Absolutely, yes.
Because it would assist in that.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, that's what, on this Save the Date announcement that you'll see, in particularly that orange square in the center, are what we anticipate will be topic sessions, workshops, so that they will be able to come to this summit and learn how to develop a P16 council, how to jumpstart theirs, how to enhance one that's very successful. Great. Yeah.
And hopefully some of the funds would be able to be used to bring people to that.
Would people getting this be likely to know which ones already exist so that they wouldn't start organizing and they're wherever?
That's a good point.
I think we put Elaine in charge of that.
Who is this going to?
This, well, it's going to be a broad audience. It's going to be a very broad audience, so that it should go to, the ISDs, the higher ed folks. It should go to the chambers. We would like them to bring a team of their
Well,
P16.
how does that mesh with, like in Houston, since they have one, is it going to go to the council instead of going to everybody else that's... How do you see that working, Lori?
Well, actually, I see it going to everybody else because there's already been somebody in the west part of the city that's wanted to create kind of a mini P16, which is really, I see that as helpful. I see that as supporting our efforts rather than muddying the water. So, I don't know. I mean, I think maybe in smaller cities and towns that maybe it should, everybody should coordinate their efforts. But in the big cities, I think that it's fine to go, to assume that others will do their little mini P16s. And we're hoping
I think if these are regional, we ought to at least say what the regions are and where some of these already exist.
Well, this is merely just a save the date release, just a real quick save the date release. And then we will be putting out further information, whether it might be in the way of a brochure or something that will have a lot more detailed information as to the audience, who should be participating, what the topics are, what's already existing, what is a P16 to see if it's relevant to that particular audience.
I think we ought to challenge every one of the board members to put together a constituency from their region. If it's not, now Lori's already got hers up and running, but I just think, we've talked about, and that's one of our topics about, how do we want to challenge our individual board members to champion this, college-going culture. And so, again, we need to have this on the board agenda to talk about to the board members. I think we really need to bring constituents of business community leaders, public, higher ed people, and and just take responsibility for putting that group together. Really important.
And this is
And then we need a quality program.
this is on the same day as Academic Excellence and Research Committee meeting.
I saw, that's what I had on my
June 20th.
calendar. I haven't,
So once again, that big calendar in the sky we were going to create, where we didn't have two things scheduled on the same day, didn't happen.
And we anticipate this will begin on June 20th in the afternoon, about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
well, that would be good. Then I'll have board members in town.
Well, you did do the big calendar in the sky. Right. Somebody did the big calendar in the sky.
Natalie Coffey did it.
And it worked. Okay, so it'll start at noon. So good.
They'll start after.
Then our committee would be here for that, and we could do that.
Commissioner Ferrero, this is going to
Thank
do
you. I just looked at that and went, well,
And how much would it cost?
darn.
Catherine, what is the registration?
We haven't gotten all the details on that yet.
Well, I suspect you're going to have a lot of complicated questions because even though I know the things I know from being here, I don't know whether there should be a P16 council formed in my area because this E3 thing already existed in Austin, and I don't even know what it is, but I know that it has all the heavy hitters on it. So, I mean, I think you're going to get huge questions.
Well, that should be something that's addressed, actually, is how not to duplicate efforts. Like, Lorraine, what you were saying that you all have with your foundation is better than a P16.
Well, but it's not broad enough. We need to do it.
But there's no reason that they can't
Is OC
exist.
have they done anything? Well, not just fix that.
Maybe I shouldn't have answered. Don't tell
lead a horse to water. But no, your point is well taken, I think. We need to figure out a way that we can address overlap. We've tried to do it in Houston. We're not 100% successful with that, but there are a lot of...
We're beginning, as you all know, to kick one off in San Antonio. And if this goes to, it seems like it needs to be more coordinated, because we haven't kicked it off yet, so they don't know it's happening, and I'd hate to have splinter groups already before we begin this process. That's why I asked, who is it going to go to?
Has this gone out yet?
Just to, I think TEA has received it, but no, we haven't put a mass distribution out, no.
Okay, we need a cover letter that explains the relationship between this statewide summit and local initiatives and how they complement one another. And this isn't in place of or instead of, it's in addition to.
But in support.
Do we know what the regions are? What are the regions?
Yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, agenda item number 4 is today.
We're going to get
Hopefully,
We're going to talk about the
that's going to be the P16 council issues.
Well, that would be
that
real
type of
helpful to know
discussion
that.
questions that you're going to ask.
Right.
Okay.
I think our final items, before we leave 14 totally, a lot of the, A through Q regarding, enhanced student success is aimed at secondary education. I would hope that we could take advantage in some of these other areas, the broader areas like, develop STEM initiatives or things like that where we can use dollars to get further down into the pipeline. Earlier than high school. A lot of A through Q, if you look at it, it is about, high school. We just need to see where we can use some of these dollars to get creative and get earlier because, enhanced student success, we need to start earlier.
The very last one, saving you for last, Jeff, course redesign.
Okay, well, I think we're finally rolling on course redesign. I think that's the bottom line good news. Dr. Rainey has gotten the first 3 courses actually under contract. They've been working since November without a contract. We've got them now formally contracted, and they'll give us a report in, I guess, in about a week or 10 days from now that will cover up from November through the end of February. So we'll begin to have some tangible results there. February 14th, Dr. Alford led a panel here in this room with about 140 people from the institutions present. Those 3 institutions doing the prototype work all gave us a slideshow PowerPoint presentation on what they were doing and what it would mean. Presented some good models, I think, for the others who will be coming along. And that was webcast. We have no idea how many people were out at the institutions who picked that up, but the fact that we had 100 plus in here, I think, was significant. All of that is in preparation for an RFP that will go out as soon as the governor blesses it. It's ready, and it'll be set up so that we can have online submissions for proposals. We would anticipate awarding a few grants at the April meeting for work in the summer. The bulk of the grants being awarded at the July meeting. At the July meeting, assuming that the legislation or the appropriation continues as we're expecting it to, we can award both 07 and some 08 money so that we can really push this thing along quite a bit in July. I think the other significant thing is that Dr. Kevin Lemoyne has now been moved into the new HB1 position as a senior program director to lead this effort. That's the good news. The bad news, I don't have a replacement for him yet to do the other things, but at least we're moving on that. Monday, as a part of what Linda Donald-Smith and Reinhold Cornelius did with the Education Technology Consortium. We had a keynote speaker in from Wright State who has done, with NSF funding, a very interesting redesign of the entry part of the engineering curriculum there as a national model. Looks like a quite promising approach. And so this is a case where to really carry out the redesign, it'll be more than just the redesign of the delivery. It's a redesign of the content so that an entry-level engineering course becomes the prerequisite for many of those sophomore and even a couple of junior-level courses, the typical statics, dynamics, strength of materials courses. If that proves as promising as it looks right now, it breaks the bottleneck of calculus that has been the killer to so many freshman engineers. Looks like they're going to get at least 50, maybe 75% more engineers through the pipeline, and that's really encouraging. They're also doing a similar course then for the other STEM fields. That one's in a much earlier stage, but Dr. Klingenbeil has agreed to work with us on some things. So that's a little variant on course redesign that I'm excited about, maybe too excited at the moment since it's that fresh in my head, just a couple of days. Another one that we're looking at content on that Dr. Parsons and our staff is working with me on is a redesign of a entry-level government course that would do somewhat similar kinds of things for general education that this redesign of the engineering course is doing for engineers in terms of giving people a preview of the quantitative aspects of the various public fields, criminal justice and education and the full range of things, but taught as a part of the government core. And then, so another content issue as well as delivery design. Cynthia Farrell and I have been talking about the Learning Frameworks course, which we typically label as Psych 1300, and there again, we're going to have to take a hard look at content as well as delivery. Some of you may have heard on public radio 2 or 3 weeks ago Dr. Carol Dweck's work at Stanford on motivation and using neuroscience to teach kids that their brains are plastic and they can do something with them if they exercise them. And that kind of motivation is back to what Elaine was talking about earlier. But a little more than just dreaming, it's believing. And at least on the published works, that's looking very promising. So those are 3 courses where we're going to stretch things a little bit and try to look at the content. We'll use some of the professional development funds to try to get that started. Bottom line is it's moving. Expect to make some awards in April and some more in July.
Questions for Joe?
Exciting.
Good work.
And our target was to finish this before noon, and we did it.
One thing, before we maybe take a quick break, we can come back. For the upcoming board meeting, how we present this, one, I know that the full board will get a full copy of this to see before the board meeting, but, my suggestion would be, Glenda, that we kind of give an overview of how we developed it and how we're using it as a management tool. And then I think secondly is to highlight the key things we've accomplished in the plan, plus what I'd say are imminent things coming up. Because again, it needs to be crisp, and then we can address specific questions. But in my mind, that's a little bit more effective way to present it to the overall board. I'd be happy to have any other suggestions for that. Can we take a 5-minute break or something like that, just?
Georgia, is lunch here?
Yes, it is. They're just not setting it up.
So if you want to do that, it's strictly up to you.
Well, I'd love to work through lunch, get us through this, but why don't we do it, try to cover one more topic before noon, and then we'll make a decision then. And that'd be agenda item 4, and that's the regional P through 16 issues, and this is an item that we did not get to in the last agenda item, and so Catherine should give us an overview, and then we can also tie back into the conversation we just had about the upcoming summit.
So did we decide, do you want to take it?
No, let's go ahead and try to plow through it.
Hold on, everybody.
Are the ones listed here at the top in that first paragraph, are those the only ones that currently exist?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
San Antonio does not exist.
Okay, and this one says it does, but it
Yeah,
doesn't.
It does not.
Okay, it does not. So,
Right here.
okay.
Insight to that, Chris? You want to join us? And it doesn't have Austin.
Just a quick response to Ms. Mendoza's indication that San Antonio is not up and running. The feedback we got was that the San Antonio Educational Partnership was at one time considered the regional council. In discussions with people at the local level, we've heard that they are in progress and working with the mayor's office now. Different groups coming together to create a more representative, I guess, P16 group.
Right.
To include the San Antonio Education Partnership, but also include other folks, Project Stay, some other big time partners in the field, to make sure it's representative. And so I guess we could say it's in progress, but I know that the mayor's task force is looking at it, and
That's
yeah.
what I'm doing. Okay. I don't think we should say it is in place. We have 2 splinter councils, one with Texas A&M, one with UTSA, that are very specific, very much in scope. But we don't have one up and running as defined by P through 16 councils.
And I think that's the same for the North Texas, and we mentioned that in here. There's 3 in the Metroplex, but they each have specific different objectives. One focuses more on teacher prep education. The other one focuses more on the recruitment aspect, and the other one focuses a lot on research. So we don't have one that's kind of the umbrella organization that really is a P16 council, but that's the nomenclature they use. Excuse me?
That's one of the 3. That's one of the 3, the UC Arlington.
Yes.
That's one that's focused on teacher training.
Yes. That's Dr. Jean Gerlach at UTA.
We need to be sure that we add the one in Austin.
The E3?
Yes.
Or at least say we might need one here, if we don't have one.
And then how was it determined what councils are needed? Because that leaves a whole lot of doubt.
It leaves a whole
Like
lot.
Austin. And Odessa
And they were basically looking at kind of the big clusters focused around the different regions. The Midland Odessa, I know there's one that our field specialists out in the field, we just got them to go full time starting February 1. So that's been one of their primary assignments, is to take on that responsibility of ensuring.
So we're going to add that to the list.
Yes.
Okay.
And E3.
And E3 for Austin.
I hate to be in a room.
And I know Austin, they have another group out of UT Austin that is working with partner institutions on looking at P16 issues as well. So
What group is that?
it's out of the graduate school. I can't remember which department, but Tracy Bars is actually on that group, and they're looking at issues in the Austin, Central Texas area, P16.
And also Weatherford.
Weatherford just launched yesterday, or the day before yesterday.
I think
Up
they
in the
just had their
Metroplex
first
area.
P16 meeting this week, and they've already contacted us asking us if we had any grants that might support
Their efforts.
their efforts, and they're looking at over 20 school districts that we'll be collaborating with.
Instead of writing something like, "We will need councils in Amarillo can we not say that the councils are also being formed?
Sure.
Yeah,
Because it suggests something completely different.
yeah. We need them everywhere.
Yeah, we need them everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then to follow up with this, I wanted to just give you a little bit of updated information. And we mentioned the fact that the P16 professional development RFPs are coming out. We hope to get those out May 07. We're looking at 10 grants at about $25,000 each for a total of $250,000, and that's out of the HB1 funds. We did mention the P16 statewide summit, and we are also going to launch a P16 website the 1st of April. And that's going to have a guide to establishing the P16 best practices, the Ed Trust guidelines, a list of what we understand to be the active P16s coming on board, and it's also going to feature SharePoint, which will be a communication vehicle across networks for these P16s to be able to communicate with each other through the SharePoint technology that's going to go be part of that. Chris meets with the TEA, P16 staff weekly, monthly?
Monthly.
On a monthly basis for updates. And we mentioned that the next state P16 council meeting is going to be March 29th. That's on your second page there from 1 until 4 o'clock. And agenda topic items, as Commissioner was saying earlier, he is looking to have agenda items such as council membership expansion, past before, and that's also on your second page, the council members of that state council, along with Commissioner Paredes and Commissioner Neely, our Texas Workforce Commission and DARS represented. And at the State Council, we'll also look at revisiting the purpose of the P16 State Council, key legislative issues. There'll be a couple of committee reports made, and TEA will be there to talk about the Uniform GPA Focus Group update that we want to have a little bit more discussion on, as well as presentation of HB1 action items and where we are now with those.
Are you still on the March 29th meeting?
Yes.
Catherine, can you, Commissioner, comment on just the whole statewide P16 council as to who are the subcommittees, what are they charged with, and the scope of their work? You know, Commissioner, you mentioned earlier you thought it was losing some of its focus as to really what's the, effectiveness of the statewide council, because fourth issue is, should they be focused more on serving as a resource and a conduit for what we're trying to do at the grassroots level around the state?
I think the problem with there are several problems with the P16 council as it's currently constituted. The membership, I think, is way too small. We're in the chair. When we take a vote, for example, it's always one person that makes a motion, and there are only two people left to second the motion. Then you take a vote, and it's simply a very unwieldy process. I've been told that the attendance at the P16 council has declined over the past 4 years, 5 years. It hasn't been particularly good since I've been here, and I think that there are several reasons. First of all, we have reports, and then there's no necessary consequence. We hear reports, and I'm not sure that there's ever been any particular follow-up. So we need to change that. We need to make sure that the committees we have actually prepare reports, and then there's some follow-up that's provided through several mechanisms. TEA, something that we could do at the coordinating board, through individual institutions of higher education. But right now, people feel very strongly that there's no necessary consequence to anything that the P16 Council does. It's really, I think, degenerated to a large extent into a kind of a dog and pony show. And I've been concerned about this for some time. I can tell you that Glenda and I met with the staff person at TEA, who is responsible for putting together the agenda, and we didn't get the kind of response that we would have liked. That person is now gone, and besides which, since I'm the chair now, we're going to develop the agenda here, and we're going to take some aggressive action to get things going again. I think number one, we need to ensure participation of community colleges. I think we need a superintendent as a member, probably somebody from the business world, so that we can get a larger base of support. I think we need to take a look at the committee structure. We've had a committee, Glenda, help me out on this, developmental education.
The committee, yeah, I'll be glad to. And I didn't provide this again as a handout, but it was provided at the last PNS committee meeting. You received a handout of this additional information. But Adult Career and Technology Education Committee, Educator Quality Committee, Student Academic Preparation and Readiness Committee, and then the Texas P16 Public Education Information Resource.
Yeah.
And do those committee chairs report to you all, or do you ever see them?
They meet on their own between meetings of the council, and they do the work fairly independently, and then we receive reports from them. But there's not nearly as much guidance to the committees as I think is necessary to produce better reports, because some of the reports have been disturbingly weak. And I think we're in the anomalous position of advocating for the establishment of P16 councils all over the state, and meanwhile the statewide council, which Shirley and I co-chair, is very weak. So we have to fix that right away.
And two of the committees will be providing reports according to the agenda for the March 29th, which is the adoption of the Educator Quality Report and also the Student Academic Preparation Readiness Committee report.
Which one is Marina's? Is that the teacher's
Educator Quality Report.
But she doesn't come to your meetings and interact?
No, she does come, and in fact I have a breakfast meeting with her on Friday to talk about precisely this issue. Well, she's actually got some good ideas about it.
No, she's a good friend.
Yeah,
Well, what would happen if, I'm sorry.
Maybe I'm just thick-headed. It's not a lot of this work that's being assigned to these committees not getting done, and all this other work we're talking about here. We're talking about teacher prep, we're talking about teacher quality. I mean, my deal is, is that whole deal, I know it's statutory,
Right.
but, my issue is, do you just totally revamp that deal and get a very more narrow focus about what we want that group to do? And my mind is, it's to provide leadership and direction for creating a college-going culture around the state of Texas.
I agree.
Vis-a-vis the regional P16 council.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And whether we have, and we have the chair of each of our local P16 councils, they get a seat at the table. I mean, maybe not as an official member, but as a committee chair, or a committee member, or
Statutorily, we're limited to 7 members. But certainly
and
we can have
maybe an advisory group.
We can have an advisory group, yes.
People.
That's exactly what needs to happen.
That's the way to structure it.
Yes. Yes. And a very considerable part of the agenda at the March meeting will be to have a discussion among the members and among the people in the audience about what we do to strengthen this council. But it's clearly stuck in the mud right now.
And that's an open meeting,
It is an open meeting.
so we can come if we want to.
Absolutely. And offer good ideas.
Like what we just discussed.
Yeah,
I'm sure
right.
you will carry those suggestions on.
absolutely.
And the results of the subcommittee should be able to be almost like considered best practices that then flow to the regional council. And is that what's intended or not?
That is what's intended.
Okay.
Yes.
But that's not what's happening.
That's not what's happening.
That's exactly what needs
We
to happen.
we get these reports, and as far as we can tell here at the coordinating board, they just disappeared into the ozone.
There are committees that were created for the most part several years ago and have just never gone away, to be honest.
A lot has changed.
I think most people here know I'm not an elitist, and I hope this doesn't come out sounding like I am a subconscious elitist, but is this the way we want to go about this? I mean, do we want to just put the word out and have hundreds of these things? It doesn't seem very effective to me. It seems like if you imply there are regions of the state, that we should have a few regional P16 councils so that we can all communicate together and decide on things together and then put things out into our regions. This makes me really nervous.
You say this,
the statewide call for a regional, many, whoever wants to be a regional P16 council.
Without coordination through what's going on, what's really going on.
Well, I think I think the purpose is what we want. The way we'll follow up is we want to send out a blanket announcement to protect us against the charge of elitism. But on the other hand, we will follow up with individual phone calls to particular individuals and groups that we really need represented at the June meeting. So it's a dual approach. It's elitism and democracy.
Dual, that's what we're
I think that's called dictatorship. Yeah.
I think I understand now.
If we don't send it out, then we will surely get complaints of why wasn't I invited or why didn't I get an announcement. So we'll make sure that certain critical people are there, and then we'll leave it open so that others can attend as long as we haven't reached capacity.
Well, I think some effort needs to take place that I guess qualifies what we think is already established or not. Because I think there could be miscommunication about what's really happening out there and what's not.
Yes. Oh, well, I think that's right. Clearly, we will contact Lori and people in Houston. We need a strong contingent from Houston. Clearly, we need a good representation from Dallas and San Antonio and other places. So those are the.
But had somebody called the San Antonio Partnership, as was reported, that they were for a time, regional, that's okay. So I want to make sure that we know, as we're reaching out to these stakeholders, that they're indeed.
I have an even simpler question. If we're going to send this out more broad-based,
I don't get it.
well, they know what a P16 council is. I mean, there's nothing here that even has one statement
that's why I suggested we might need to have a cover letter.
Is this your council having a summit of others who might want?
No, this is a coordinating board.
This says statewide P16 council.
It's a summit on P16 councils sponsored by the coordinating board.
But see how it reads? I mean, I would think you were calling it together.
It needs to say apostrophe S, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, 2007 statewide. Maybe that would help.
I'd call it regional.
Oh, yeah, regional.
Just P16 councils.
Councils.
This just shows how confusing the whole thing is, because
I thought it was too.
our own discussion doesn't have all of them in there.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody ought to have an idea of what this is supposed to do and how it's supposed to be an organic whole, seems to me, before we just start. I just don't understand it. I don't get it.
Well, we'll clarify it.
Okay.
I understand your concerns.
And the committees that were formed with the state council that Catherine just told us the reports they're going to give at the March meeting, how were those people appointed? How did that transpire? And that wasn't...
I think it was a combination of no. Those committees.
So this can be completely revamped. This doesn't have to be done this way.
Well, we're talking about two separate things. We're talking about the agenda and what we're going to do about the state.
She just handed this out to us.
Okay.
Well, it might have stopped right there, I believe, with you.
There you go, Commissioner.
Oh,
That's just your
That's just a copy of the committees.
Then the committees for the
Printed
statewide
on the back too.
council, current committees.
Those aren't statutory.
Okay. That's
Well,
good.
I think it was a decision made some time ago to establish these as working committees of the P16 Council, and I think one of the things we're going to do is revisit the committee structure.
So those committees could, I'm getting back to this statewide conference.
Yes.
So the committees could be more reflective of creation of regional councils, representation from those, expertise in committees to work with regional councils that will address the needs that they have at those local levels.
One of the things presumably we will do at this statewide conference is we will determine what are the critical areas or the critical issues that regional P16 councils need to address.
That's right.
Establishing the college-going culture. And then I would presume that we could go back to the statewide P16 council and have this committee structure of the statewide council mimic what was agreed upon at this summit,
That would be great.
so that there's consistency between the two.
And do we have any kind of a template at this point to give to these emerging P16 councils?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what our local folks...
It's based on the education trust model.
How do you see this is related to this committee? Because arguably another name for participation and success could be P16 committee. In a way, all of this makes me feel like we might be perceived as not doing our job, or we aren't on top of it, or...
Well, I think what I would suggest doing, we haven't had an internal conversation about this with staff, but what I would think we would want to do is we would want to aggregate certain aspects of HB1 into broad categories, into a fewer number of categories than we have on our plan, and that we might want to organize committees around addressing those issues. And those would be the standing committees of the statewide council, and then we would recommend through the network of these regional P16 councils that she should have a similar structure. And that wouldn't preclude regions from establishing committees or initiatives that would deal with problems or issues peculiar to a given region, but it would provide an overall sameness framework to our deliberations statewide.
One of the things that, Glenda, you sent me the document of the model that you're talking about. They talk about alignment, and they talk about, alignment of not only curriculum, but entrance and exit exams. How, if we were to disseminate that document, we could be doing something at the regional level, and then the vertical teams come out with something different. How are we going to manage that? Or do we?
I think what our idea is that we believe that the vertical teamwork and the regional vertical teams that will be established will be in place and serve that function for the regional P16 councils. We don't know of a single P16 council who is at a point where they're ready to do the alignment. El Paso has done it between their university and their community college.
But I guess I'm thinking if the vertical teams are putting together curriculum and et cetera, the things that we've just talked about all morning, and then they're going to move into the accountability system. The accountability system is then, law that they have to do this. What will the regional P16 councils really have to do with that, except but to say, let's do it, we have to? Is anybody understanding what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I think one of the things that you might start, I mean, if we were talking about vertical teams on a regional basis, they may first start off with, in anticipation of the college readiness standards, reviewing all the data from the text, from college entrance, all that, to have all that data ready. And then when the college readiness standards come out and you have curriculum alignment, you're still going to have to modify that to make certain that you are stressing those parts of the curriculum and those standards that address some areas that you think your students need additional work in. So I think it's going to be modifying a statewide document that would be the main task.
And I guess that would be the leadership the statewide P16 council can give to the regional folks, because it would be tough to get everybody excited and involved, and then all of a sudden there's a mismatch between what the state is saying you got to do and what the regional folks said they have to do. So that kind of leadership and guidance, and if we passed out the model that you sent, I think the expectations would be set wrongly about what we ought to be doing. So, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I also think it's a timing issue.
So you're saying that all needs to be revamped?
I do. I think given what is going on at the state level with what we're talking about with the vertical teams and accountability and readiness standards, that it's overlaid onto what the model of our P16 councils ought to be, so that there's not a mismatch in expectations. You get everybody at the local, regional level excited, engaged, and then all of a sudden their work kind of goes, it's overwritten, if you will, by what the state will come out with. Or do what you said to do. And that's what we need to do at the regional level.
At the March meeting of the statewide P16 Council, we are going to come to some decisions about some of the priorities of the council and the way that these issues would be addressed structurally. We'll come to some decisions about what the follow-up process is for recommendations that come through the committee structure or by some other mechanism, because some of the meetings are fairly open and people in the audience have an opportunity to speak. We will take those determinations and decisions that are made at the statewide P16 Council in March, and then take them to the June meeting, and then have a statewide discussion about how we might tweak these things, how might we apply them at the regional level, and how we create a mechanism so that there is regular communication between the statewide P16 Council and these regional councils, and that there's effective communication among the regional P16 councils themselves.
Well, and I would urge you to provide even more leadership and decide what the regions are, and then deal later with the fact that there are more than two in the region that pop up. Deal with that later, but let's get the state in our head and see where the gaps are and where they aren't.
Well, I think we could. I think we could take a look at. We've looked at regional higher education issues in the state, and I think we can use that as a template and probably break that down into smaller units for regional P16 councils. Right,
because one of the things we talked about in San Antonio is, we got a lot of crawling to do before we walk, before we run, and we thought perhaps we should start with San Antonio, Bexar County. Obviously, that's not a big region. It is in terms of population, but I think according to our state higher education plan, the region is actually San Antonio South all the way down to Brownsville. So we need some help in that regard.
Part of the challenge is, I know up in East Texas, what we've talked about, and we haven't gotten a lot of legs under it yet, but really it's to start with a smaller concept like you're saying, and then build concentrically out from a center of excellence.
That's right.
To really do it well in a small universe, and then to have those surrounding school districts see the enhancements that maybe are coming out of that group. And I think that does then go back, Linda, exactly your question. When this goes out and everybody from, Bernie, Texas, to everybody wants to put their own regional P316 together, we need to be careful how we set that context, and I think that's what the statewide council needs to help us do strategically for the state. So.
I agree.
And I really think this communication piece should not go out until after the statewide council meets to figure out who they are, what they do, what their scope's going to be.
Well, what we could do is we could send out a postcard, a hold the date postcard. We have to clear up the language to make sure people know who's sponsoring this, and then we send out more material later after the
Because people do need to know that.
Yes, we need them to hold the date.
No, that's right, they don't.
Okay, other comments, discussions about this? And I would encourage, I'm going to try to be at the March 29th meeting.
Good.
Several of us are here on March 28th for Senate confirmation. So, you're going to be down here, so you might as well stay the night if you want to and go to this. Is that going to be in Austin? The 29th?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's at the, we're still on the board.
Yeah, we've been approved.
Could you come to the Citizen?
Yeah, you don't want to be.
Get bumped.
Never mind.
That could be even more vocal.
Okay. Other comments on this? Good discussion.
I have one question. I didn't understand about the money, money from HB1 for professional development for P16. I don't get what that is aimed at.
Eddie, do you want to address what we talked about originally for the P16 and how it evolved, or Catherine, do you? As far as P16 professional development.
What we talked about
Way back when.
originally.
Well, originally it more or less followed the model we were talking about earlier, where we would coordinate professional development meetings. First one probably being on what's all this data tell you, so that you would have people both here in Austin and in regional meetings, so that you were getting presentations from people on the information you had. You'd have time to work as a P16 council, then ask questions and respond back. And as we envisioned it, we were going to be giving little assignments to the P16. Based on the data, what do you think the biggest issues are in your region? Where do you see
We're
the
going to
gaps?
use the money to put on seminars.
Well, I believe there have been changes in it since then.
That was how we originally thought we would use
But how are we
that
thinking
money.
about it now?
And are we assuming that there's like an executive director for these councils? Or what are we assuming?
I think the idea was that after the commissioner meets on the 29th of this month, or 20, whatever the date is, that they would come out with a definitive decision as to what the state council's responsibility was. It going to be oversight? Was it going to be communication? Was it going to be governance with response to the relationships with the P16 councils at the local level? Several other states use different ways to acknowledge a P16 council. They have an application form where you apply to the state council. In Tennessee, for instance, it's a state recognition application process where they have to apply, and there are certain questions or parameters in place that they have to meet in order to be recognized as a P16 council. And I think if we go the route of governance for the state council, even in communication, I think there's that, what are the basic parameters that need to be in place to be called a P16 council? And you can be called a collaborative, you can be called a partnership, you can be called whatever. You don't have to use a P16 nomenclature in the title, but what's the bottom line that needs to be set in place? Also with regard to the delineations on the map, counties, and breaking into different areas, we need to make some consensus decision on that as well, so that if we have for instance, a South Texas P16 regional council, and maybe we have a San Antonio area P16 council, and a Corpus Christi area P16 council, and a Lower Valley area P16 council, and a Laredo area P16 council. So that way they all talk together. So the professional development piece that we're talking about is giving them funding so that they can, as Debbie mentioned earlier, she was like more of a network statewide, doing kind of David Conley here at the board, doing kind of a webcast to all the different P16 councils across the state and using the funding that way. What we're talking about now is at the local level, allowing the P16 regional councils, because they're going to be at different levels. Some, like the Houston and the El Paso and even the Lubbock, are at a little higher level than some of the ones that are just starting off. Some of the ones at the entry level are going to need professional development on the basics. How do you set up your P16 council from a fiscal perspective? Are you going to use a fiscal agent? Are you going to become a 501c3? What type of paperwork is involved in that? Those types of things that are really at the base level. On the other side, it's going to be more of the grander, the bigger scale professional development pieces, looking at what type of committees are we going to develop? Are we going to develop a advisory group that focuses on early education, childhood, and looking at the pipeline? Are we going to focus on middle schools? Are we going to focus on high schools? Are we going to focus on different aspects of the pipeline and bring somebody in, a specialist or an expert, and bring somebody in and focus on that and give a presentation on that type of information? So that was kind of the idea with the professional development, really kind of meeting the needs of the local P16 councils on an individual basis. And the summit was going to be kind of that broad base that Evie mentioned, but instead of doing it via the web or streaming video, doing it in a summit and have people come to the summit and participate that way.
Is the summit going to be funded out of this $900,000?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a timeline for spending this money? I mean, are we supposed to spend it within the next 2 years?
The answer is our plan is that it would be spent by August 31.
This August.
This August, because this money, is for this fiscal year. We are in the process of asking for UB authority to carry forward dollars that we were unable to expend because of time issues. And we're also, for contracts and grants that we give to the institutions, we're asking authority for those to be able, for work that crosses between 2 fiscal years, to allow the funds that we flow this year to be used next year to complete projects, because we're so late in the year. So if both of those things happened, we would be able to continue to use this money next fiscal year to finish up the project.
Well,
so there's a lot of ifs in there, and
well, there are, and there's a lot to indicate that we, from the statewide level on down, we don't really quite know what we're doing. I would suggest...
Is there any funding, like in this session, is there any discussion of that to carry these forward?
Yes. We have requested the UB authority, absolutely.
And no, I don't mean the $900,000.
And we have requested...
To carry that forward, I mean any new dollars.
We have requested exactly the same amount of funds for next fiscal year and for the biennium.
Okay.
But we also have asked for those funds that we aren't going to be, may not be able to expend.
I understand that.
To carry that forward.
So we are asking for money to in the future. Sorry, Lynn.
No, that's fine. I think that I would urge us to slow down a little bit on spending this money and maybe try to spend it on things that are a bit more tangible that maybe we could use again, like videos or something, anything. I just think using this money for a bunch of meetings when we don't know what we're doing, maybe that leads somewhere eventually, but it doesn't make me feel very good. I'd rather see us have Dr. Connolly down and get him on videotape with his permission and send that around, or something tangible. Professional development for people who don't know what they're doing is not a very good idea, I don't think. And they need to know how to do what they're doing better. But first they got to know what they're doing.
Well, the question I have, though, is professional development really the right word for it? I mean, when I hear you talking about that y'all's original vision was to use some of that money for a startup P316 council where basically It's more what I would call organizational formation type of research. Whether, I mean, you've got to have a funding conduit for P316. So what's the best way to accomplish that versus Houston that may be looking at specific money to, for early childhood development or whatever it may be. I mean, I don't know, personally, when I read professional development, I look at it as more as seed money, is the way I envision part of that money.
Well, if the individual councils are requesting money, like if Houston, and they send in a request, like if Houston has an idea, I feel much better about that than I do about us guessing what needs to happen in places that we don't.
Yeah, it's an RFP process.
They do
submitting proposals.
All right, well, that
And what
was very
Houston needs may be totally different than what may come from Tyler as it's being formed.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying. It was not going to be the statewide approach. It's going to be to meet the needs of each individual region.
Okay, well, RFP that's all
Yes.
I needed to hear. How are we spending the money? RFP.
Okay. Now, why don't we take a break for lunch? Okay.
What a taskmaster.
I'd like to start with is, and Glenda, I'll ask your feedback. I'd like us to move, maybe switch agenda item 5 and 6 around because I know that Commissioner Lori had to leave too to get downtown, and then we can come back to the marketing community outreach. I'd like us to start with the whole issue of the uniform recruitment, and I know that Catherine's going to give us an overview, and this is an item that the Commissioner brought up in our last meeting. So I'm going to let Catherine kick that off. We switched agenda items 6 and 5, Lynn. Okay, we're going to reverse them.
The URRS Uniform Recruitment Retention Strategy in Texas Education Code, it's stated in 61.086, and what it says is that the board shall develop and annually update a uniform strategy to identify, attract, retain, and enroll students that reflect the population of the state. And then each institution of higher ed shall implement the strategy developed under subsection A, and a report will be made. With that information in mind, the staff has come together, and I want to bring Natalie Coffey up to the table also, because Natalie's been working with these URS reports and is very familiar with them. But with all of that in mind, these reports have been used by staff to inform program approval in regards to the academic piece. It also helps to share best practices as to what the field is doing, and that gets disseminated out to the field by P16 field specialists. And we're also determining future funding disbursements. And as I stated earlier, as an eligibility requirement in RFPs as to what their needs are, and also getting these reports in a timely manner so that we can use them. So we are in discussion right now for URS to internally with staff to come up with recommendations as to these strategies. Specifically, we're looking at identifying 3 recommendations that address the part of the Texas Education Code that talks about identify, attract, and enroll, as it is aligned with closing the gaps. And also identifying, in addition to that, 3 strategies, 3 recommendations that address the retention aspect, or the retain as it's stated, and also aligned. So our goal by staff is that by March the 30th, we will have come up with 3 strategy recommendations that address recruitment and 3 strategy recommendations that address retention. And by mid-April, we hope to convene with an ad hoc advisory committee that will review these recommendations and then provide us with feedback. To continue with the process, the timeline, by May 1st, we hope to have identified these URS recommendations that we plan to go forward for board review, so that by the next PNS committee meeting, we will be able to bring these committee recommendations, these strategy recommendations, back to this committee for input approval before it gets taken to the next board meeting. We talked about, just briefly, and David may want to expand on this, but we talked about factors to be included in this discussion, to be considered: scalability, cost-benefit analysis of these strategies, and also the evaluation component.
Well, let me add one thing. I wasn't
Yes.
sure if you had something more to say. One thing, and Natalie may be going to address this in more detail, is that the question has arisen, what are we accomplishing through the current process? Are we accomplishing anything with that? Catherine has mentioned some ways in which it's been used. The question is whether it's doing anything to really help with our retention and recruitment efforts. Is something we have to examine. The current process, you may have made this clear before I stepped into the room, Catherine, is that essentially this was designed way back when to get people on campus to talk to each other. But there were no decisions made from a state standpoint in terms of what should their efforts be. And then a few years ago it was determined that they would only report their top 3 efforts, where they put the most effort, because before they were just expansive documents that detailed everything that was going on. So the question now is, and I think, and the Commissioner can tell me if I'm wrong, is that there has been some thought, is does the statute allow us to perhaps in a more direct way identify some strategies that every institution can share, in terms of, or select from it, these are what we think are some key strategies, and be a bit more directive in terms of what we ask people to do, rather than just report on what they're doing. And so at some level, that's a fundamental question. You may think that what we're doing currently is fine. We're not sure that it achieves the end that you might want through this process, and maybe have evolved into, while it is used more of a reporting process than something that creates change. So that's just a little background from my viewpoint. Raymond?
Yeah, let me provide a little background. I had heard about this mechanism, this recruitment and retention strategy, when I first arrived, and as far as I could tell, we were requesting institutions to provide these reports, and there was no significant scrutiny of the reports or evaluation of how effective they were, or how seriously campuses undertook this requirement. And it seemed that the whole process seemed to be very perfunctory. And I guess about a year ago, I finally looked at the statutory language, and it says that, or at least the way I read it, we have the authority to provide direction to campuses about how to conduct their recruitment and their retention strategies. And the language says that institutions shall do this and shall report to the coordinating board. And it seemed to me that this could be a very powerful tool to get institutions to conduct serious outreach and retention activities. That we needed to get away from the tendency to try to do everything ourselves and push some of this work down onto the campuses, where it's likely to make a much greater difference. So what I want to do is I want us to begin to take these documents very seriously, and to identify the institutions that are doing well, give them some guidelines about how they might do things better than they're currently doing, and then identify the institutions that are doing well. I thought about this in the context of the governor's incentive funding proposal and focusing on at-risk students. We could use this as a powerful mechanism to support that part of the governor's strategy. So I want us to significantly, I've said this to Glenda, I want us to significantly upgrade our attention to these strategies, to take them seriously. At the very least, the first thing we have to do is we have to make sure that the sum of what all the institutions want to do in terms of their outreach adds up to 630,000 students. And right now, 7 years into this Closing the Gaps initiative, we haven't done that yet, because the targets by campus don't come anywhere close to 630,000 students. And so I thought we could use this as a mechanism to correct that problem.
If I could just add to the comment about the 630,000, one thing staff talked about is that we've got several things that we need to make sure we coordinate. One is the Closing the Gap efforts in terms of, in the past we've essentially said, what are your goals and targets, and sort of left it at that, and to be more aggressive on that side. And I know the staff has worked in the past to link targets with these. The other is even in terms of our regional plan. Dr. Phelps, you've mentioned that before, and we haven't had board discussions about that, but there are things we need to look at that effort as well and see how to make sure that all of these things tie together in significant ways so that we're really getting to the end we want to go.
Commissioner, how do we put teeth into it when we basically had this mechanism here for so many years, and it sounds to me like people fill a report out, get sent in, and then there's nothing that's done. I mean, how do you go from that behavior to change a behavior that will?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think we can use several mechanisms. First of all, we can point out to the campuses that their numbers don't add up to the totals that we need, so that they need to be more aggressive in establishing goals and actually achieving those goals. The second is that we're going to, and I talked to Glenda about doing a cover letter explaining to presidents and chancellors why we were upgrading our attention to this process, and simply cite the statutory language that gives us the authority to take this exercise seriously. And then the third aspect, of course, is a larger context of more interest in the legislature and clearly on the governor's part in performance-based funding, particularly in regard to improving graduation rates for at-risk students. And I think that those three different positions will help us get institutions to the point where they will take this seriously. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to call up university and community college presidents when the session is over, just one at a time, and say, we need you to take this seriously.
Well, can it be a part of the accountability system? I mean, it seems like it's...
Well, it already is, to some extent.
But there's no consequence.
Yeah.
There's no,
what about putting it where we have the Closing the Gap statement in the front of the applications for programs and capital improvements? What about putting this URRS rating right up there, right in front? Maybe we'll develop a rating system and just have it right there. The word will go out very quickly.
Great idea.
Even though not everybody's applying for a program or a building, still the word will go out.
I mean, there's a precedent for that. The feds require that, although the laws haven't been taken as seriously as they have been in previous administrations, any federal contractor has to have an affirmative action plan. And you have to, and they get audited. Universities and federally funded organizations and institutions get audited occasionally according, and they look at the plan and they check how much progress. And there have been penalties assigned to noncompliance with your own plan. So this gets back to an issue you've raised lots of times, and one you just raised. We could look at capital programs, and we could look at TRBs, depending on how much longer those things last, within the context of this issue of what are you doing in terms of your recruitment and retention strategy. Why should we believe that you want to build this academic success center and you're going to really focus on at-risk students or really focus on increasing the number of Hispanic students if by your very own recruitment and retention plan you haven't made much progress in this area?
Well, we particularly talked about that about a year ago when we talked about some of the new engineering programs coming on board that they were applying for, asking what are your outreach to underrepresented groups.
Precisely.
Yeah, let me call your attention to one thing that has changed, which you can use now in regard to academic programs, is there had been an information page following those that had a range of information about institutions. I guess 2 meetings ago that was changed so that it includes the key measures from the accountability system, which are broader than this, but so it's directly there and that can be used, and it provides you the opportunity to ask more questions about this. Let me raise a couple of questions if I could.
Did you bring him some cough drops the way you did me last time?
Nothing is working right now.
She's making everybody sick.
Literally.
Part of what's being talked about
right there.
Sorry.
I spilled water all over.
David's trying to be serious, and we're all laughing about
Hey, I'm okay. I can all day. There's several things here on the table. Number one is, and Natalie can maybe get a better answer to this. To what extent could we really characterize what they currently submit as a plan, or how much of it is here are their primary activities? Would we say it is a plan?
Most of it is activities, but we told them that we could ask for their plan, their full plan. But what they submit online is mostly programs and activities.
So part of this, and part of where we had thought we were going, and it sounds like we're not, but I just want to mention it again, is there had been some thought as to whether through this plan the board wanted to identify 2 or 3 things in which that we felt every institution should be doing it, regardless of all the other things they're doing. This is a possible tool for that. I just want to mention that. We may not be going in that direction, and that's fine. It is an opportunity for
David, do you mean like some of the best practices that we've heard at board meetings and through the STAR Awards?
That's right.
Like
So
say,
one.
You need to be doing this, and we know it works here.
And it may be on the retention side, maybe 3 things, and same on the recruitment, and maybe they choose one or all depending on what a university or a health science center may not have the same option. And the idea was to work with the STAR Award winners to some extent and identify those. Now, we don't have to do this. We just wanted to give you some options today to think about. But build in, as Catherine was mentioning, if we did that, we'd have to make sure that we built in a self-evaluation for the state in terms of are they really working or not. And, all these, we have some evidence that they are, but we don't know about the scalability.
I guess my concern would be telling them how to do it is that when it fails, it becomes our fault.
Well, that's right.
We told them how, versus saying, what the goal is and give them these tools and ideas and best practices that they need to determine, and we hold them accountable to the end result.
So more like a cafeteria kind of.
Right. If we tell them what to do, we're setting ourselves up to
do something.
To be, told, well, it didn't work, and you told us, and we did everything you told us to do.
That's sort of the reason that the Houston Chronicle editorial board blamed us for U of H Northwest. We told them that we wanted them to have more students. We told them that they needed to find more facilities. We told them that they needed to close the gaps, and then when they presented a plan, we put restrictions on them. And so, to me, this means that more than anecdotally, that for some sustainability, we need to really look at an entire systems change, especially in community colleges. As long as we have districts, we will not be able to expand to the 80% of students that are going to be going to community colleges. They simply don't have the facilities or the professors. As long as we have districts that have to annex or have to have bond elections, we're telling them expand, and yet we're not giving them the tools to do so.
Well, So given that, I think one is, if the main goal is to get them to get to so many students, and not how, we have tools for that already. We have the accountability system. We have closing the gaps where we can be more directive, as Raymond wanted. Then the question then becomes, how in fact are they accountable?
Right.
You know, how do we hold that accountability? And two, do we still want? How do we use the uniform recruitment and retention plan in an effective way that contributes to it? And if it's having more of a plan in place, I do think right now, I don't believe we have evidence that the efforts involved, though we do receive some benefits, we don't see the connection right now. Is that unfair, Natalie? I mean, you may have a different opinion.
You mean about some of the programs? Or?
I mean, do we feel that the effort that's being made is leading directly to results in terms of improved recruitment and improved?
With some institutions, like Texas Women's University, I mean the ones where you can see changes in their targets and where they're actually meeting their targets or going over their targets. There are some institutions that are doing that.
One thing we could do is follow up on one of the recommendations of the music report, which I think is one of those that we haven't followed up on yet, although many we have, and that is to align ourselves with the regents and trustees, tell them to hold their institutions accountable to this. This is what we expect. This is the only way the state can get its ask, 630,000 students. I think we can use them as allies.
The bottom line, and it's interesting when you see the institutional targets for Hispanic students particularly, is if that is really a real target and if that's all they achieve, they will not continue to exist as institutions.
Yeah, that's exactly
seriously,
right.
that's the bottom line. They cannot exist because there will not be any students for them at that level.
When Lorraine and I met that group of regents and trustees at the governor's training, they wanted to know. They asked us. They said, "What is this closing the gaps thing, and what's our portion of it?" I mean, that's how they think. That's how these people they want to be responsible. So I think we ought to tell them.
Well, I think the reason this item was on the agenda, this is going to be one of the pillars of our P&S strategy, and we're going to develop this in the next couple of months and bring to you a recommendation for a plan of action, which I hope will make a difference. But I thought about this federal model and the federal contractor idea, and tying it to we will take a look at this when we evaluate their TRBs, when we evaluate their proposals for academic programs, capital programs. It's just simply going to be a primary reference point in the way we evaluate the activities of campuses.
And it's really us acting as an agent for the state.
Precisely.
This is what the state wants.
This is what the state wants, and this is in the state's interest.
It may, in fact, vary the way in which we evaluate academic and technical programs to some extent, because part of it means, how in fact are you going to attract, a broader student body? How are you going to attract some students that reflect this plan? And that can be done. I was struck a number of years ago when I was at a review for a psychology program by the American Psychological Association. They asked specifically where you're a minority faculty. If you're in an urban area, you should have. And I can tell you next year they had those faculty.
Well, I think this is exactly what we need to do.
And leverage our, make sure we're leveraging all our leverage points to make it happen.
David, remind me what the transfer rate of community college is. I know it was in a report we had recently.
18%. They're different transfer rates, but if you look at, if I recall correctly, if you look at all the community college students who are there 1 year and how many are in the university the next, I think it's 18%. I haven't looked at that in a while. I'll double check and let you know if I'm wrong on that.
Good, because I'd like to know. And of course, they always counter with, many of those are not, they're students that are in technical programs or those kind of training programs that were never like university bound. they were there for some other kind of training, isn't that?
Yes.
So how do we adjust for that?
Well,
That is true.
we have data about what percentage of students go to community college with the idea of transferring, how many actually do.
Okay, so we divide that out.
We have
What's the
that
difference in the
student
statistics?
intent
Yes.
indicator, but I don't know how effective. It's self-reported. The student says whether or not they are going to pursue a bachelor's degree or an associate degree, or whatever. Are they just there for enhancement? We don't have a lot of confidence in.
The second year of that, and I haven't looked at it since because of this, is that it was, at most schools it was over 90%, and we just know that's not accurate.
Over 90%.
The last time I looked at it, virtually every school said they were going to transfer.
But does that take into account they take maybe the first semester and then transfer, or do they have to get an associate's degree and then transfer?
Oh, it just
So
says
that
what
doesn't-
are they going to...
At any point.
Is their intent to ever transfer? And that's all that is. And it was an intent flag, and you know, we haven't looked at this in the most recent years, but in the past, when we looked at whether they enrolled in 12 hours at a community college, that was a pretty decent predictor of whether they were going to continue. And that's about half the students.
I think, I'm sorry, I think on the, for some of the SMET courses in particularly, looking at national data, the transfer rate from a community college into a junior year program in engineering, there is a factor that some of the professors in the upper division courses have a stigma of students that come from the community college level. So I think we're going to have to, I mean, that data showed nationwide. So we're going to have to pay a particular attention to those in the technical fields like that. So retention will be big time with
Yeah, just a brief note. You know, Joe Stafford mentioned earlier the professor from Wright State in Ohio, and that approach they're using. We actually talked with him. Would that work well at a community college? And so there's this thought at some point, at least, talking about, can we develop something on a pilot basis if that works with 2 or 3 key institutions, working out that same thing with some key community colleges, to see, because that could help satisfy the judgment of what's being taught, because it would be the same curriculum, it would be the same notes, it would be the same outcomes, and it would be using the course redesign as a basis for doing that. So that's sort of a long-term consideration, because what you're saying is exactly right.
Right. We just have to shine a light on that.
How could a community college say that they're going to have more capacity and ensure more participation if they don't pass a bond election or they don't have an annexation? I mean, how do they do that?
Well, that's a good question. I can tell you that when we first set the targets, about half the community colleges said they couldn't do it because they didn't have the resources, and most of those community colleges increased their enrollments. That said they couldn't, and part of this is, remember, they do get formula funding. So there are some capacity issues. I think, if you talk about something like engineering, that's a more significant question because you've got physical resources. But in terms of instruction, I think the key issue is more faculty, the faculty, and then now moving in how can we use course redesign to expand that. It's not to say facilities aren't a real problem. And when you grow in massive amount like North Harris Montgomery Community College District did, I mean, that's a huge growing district, and that is a challenge. And when they didn't get their bond issue, that's a real problem.
That and the fact that they didn't get their annexation.
Right.
I mean, that's a big deal because there are a lot. I don't know what the geography is of the state in terms of which community colleges don't have a district and they have, what is it called, service areas, and not a district, and what a deterrent that is to somebody in, say, Katy that doesn't have one and they have to pay to North Harris or to Houston Community College an increased tuition. I mean, that's got to be a factor.
The board did something very critical to that, and I know Glenn would like to say something about this, but when your approval of the community college formula was a big step forward, because that was a huge increase in your recommendation for funding to that sector, recognizing their important roles. And while that isn't playing out at the same levels we would have liked so far, the dollars are much higher than they were previously, at least in the various communities I've seen so far. So at some level, it appears promising that while it may not be at the level you wanted, that the funding that will be available for that formula will be much better. Did you want to add something, Glenda?
And this will help them if we devise these goals. This will help the community colleges to go and say they expect us to do this. This is our part. And I think it'll help them do all the things they need to do. Annexation or...
Well, annexation, at least in Houston, for the 4 districts that they're trying to annex in Houston, would mean 9 more cents of taxes. And that is an uphill battle.
Yeah.
And with very little direct benefit, it's going to be a hard selling job.
But that's what
I would understand
this
it.
information will really help sell it. And we're going to educate this many more. This is our charge in the state's goal is this many more people, and we need. I think it's a good selling tool.
Yeah, I agree with you that what the people that voted against the bond election against the annexation say, it's not my kids. They're not my kids. They're somebody else's kids.
I know. Well, I know. I live in a town where nobody has any kids. We never
What's that movie? Men Without Children or something?
That's an issue that school districts have faced for a long time as well. And it's the same issue.
Yeah. But I think we ought to do both these things. I think we ought to identify strategies and do this other thing we're talking about.
And what's the goal in terms of timing on this? We were hoping to have this for recommendation for the June meeting, if I remember.
For this committee in June and for the full board in July. That's our target.
Okay.
Virginia is doing something similar, and if I understand it right, they got each institution to sign a letter agreeing to these performance and persistence goals and access and all of that. Got their boards to sign a letter. I don't know whether it was to the governor or to their coordinating board agreeing to the state's plan.
The question was raised by a board member a couple months ago about the enrollment forecast, and that they weren't that high. And one reason for that is that schools haven't been really pulling in all segments of the population, and that's reflected because those enrollment forecasts are done based upon changes in demographics, past history of the institutions, how they've drawn based upon various demographic characteristics, and so that flattening of those enrollment forecasts reflects that they're not doing as well as they should, and that's another tool we have to use to point out to them that this is where you're headed if you don't make a more concerted effort in terms of these goals.
Yeah, we're not approving this program because since you won't exist in 40 years. Yeah, exactly. No joke. Exactly right.
Well, the best way to sell something like this in a realistic way, I think, is through the chambers of commerce and the business community, like TBEC and other organizations that need to understand and will understand the economic impact.
Other comments? Okay, and we'll look, Glenda, if there's any work that's done beforehand, could we get that out to the committee before that June timeframe?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, any other questions? Agenda item 6. And we're going to go backwards to agenda item 5. And this is on the marketing community outreach budget. This question's come up over and over again, and I'm going to let Catherine give us an overview, but a lot of this goes back to comments, one that Lynn made today. That was the whole issue is how are we spending those dollars that have been allocated to us. I also went back to previous comments about how do we drive the traffic to the tools that we're spending all the money, whether it's TopCat, the web tool, whatever else. And so the thought was to have a little bit of time during this meeting to really talk about what's the best methodology for how we allocate those marketing dollars to maximize benefit for the state. So, Catherine.
All right. Some of the things that I've been charged with on this marketing communications piece is to try to develop some strategies and some different ideas and some out-of-the-box ideas to communicate, to get the word out as to what it is that we are doing and how we're progressing. And there's a few things that I want to share with you. From a staffing side, I want to tell you that we're in the midst of conducting interviews right now for a marketing director. We have also brought in 2 interns, college graduate interns, part-time, and one is very well-versed in web design, and the other one in graphic design. And we're hoping that these folks will be able to help us, and we're certainly not opposed to doing some outsourcing to help us to fill those gaps in the interim. We talked just briefly the last time about communicating with teachers, with professional staff, support staff through associations, organizations. We're in the process of gathering teacher email lists. We are putting together a spreadsheet of organizations, the top organizations throughout the state, professional organizations, where we can get the word out. What we're asking the professional organizations and school districts to do is to include items that we do want to push further, such as TopCat, such as the College for Texans website, and then most recently the Texas Common Application name change to Apply Texas Admission Application. Regarding TopCat, a letter was drafted and sent out to all superintendents the week of February 26th, and so we're revitalizing that to make sure. I once talked to a marketing consultant, and a question was raised as to how often do you market, how much do you advertise, how much do you tell them, how often, and it's never ending was the answer. You have to continue putting the information out there to them. So we have put a letter together, and we have copies. If you'd like, I'll share that letter with you. In the letter, we did provide details of TopCat, what the purpose was. We stressed that it was a free service that we were providing. We also talked about the fact that it is in alignment and helps them to address HB1 college readiness. That definitely gets superintendents' attention. And we also suggested ways to promote TopCat in their school district, and we suggested that they put the word out about TopCat in their newsletters, in their newspapers, student local type of newspapers, that they talk about TopCat at their faculty staff meetings with their teachers, that they provide some in-service training on the use of TopCat, and that they have a link to TopCat on their school and district websites as well. We're also promoting TopCat on the Texas Counselors Association website. We're redesigning the materials, the print materials that we're currently using on TopCat based on feedback that we are receiving from student focus groups. We have met about 3 or 4 times with student focus groups, and these are students grades 10 through 12. We're showing them the print material, the websites, that sort of thing. We're asking them for feedback. What captures their attention? What doesn't capture their attention? Why would they look at it twice? What would they do with this print material once that it was given to them, and such? And so based on what they're telling us from a very young standpoint, we're in the midst of taking that information and redoing some redesign so that we can capture their attention. The field specialists were retrained this last quarterly meeting. When they came in, they were retrained on the use of TopCat to make sure that they're including and promoting that information out into their field and their community groups. The TopCat final evaluation that TEA is paying and conducting or having conducted will not be released until spring 2008.
So at that time, won't be until that time that we'll receive more information as to the effectiveness. What we have asked them in the interim is for formative evaluation, which is a type of evaluation on a process-oriented, how well is it going, what might be tweaked in the interim to better utilize the materials and all, and we're still seeking that information from TEA regarding that. Building list of external communication outlets is another strategy that we're using, such as contacting utilities, AT&T, Time Warner Cable. We are working with Don Brown to work with John Montfort through AT&T to see if they would be receptive to doing messaging. We were thinking about a series of messages that would go out either in some type of a flyer in the bill or perhaps on the bill itself. And we're also asking the same thing of Time Warner Cable, if they would look at doing that type of college readiness messaging for us. Other external outlets obviously are newspapers, television, radio, community magazines, and such. We will have, coming back to RFPs, we will have RFPs, requests for proposals for building awareness, which will be part of our marketing communication outreach efforts. Those RFPs will be out in May 2007. That will continue to be a discretionary competitive grant award process, and we anticipate about 12 awards at $50,000 apiece for $600,000 out of HB $1, and that will help for programs promoting college awareness and all through programs such as College Connections.
So how's that money going to be used and awarded at $600,000?
$50,000 each, 12 awards, and
who applies for this?
those would be colleges and universities. Right, those would be the community colleges. To apply for those to help them implement the College Connections program. So they could use that money partly on salary, they could use it on materials, they could use it on training, they could use it to pay for the assessment that's part of the College Connections, the assessment piece for all of those students at the public ed side.
Can I ask a question about that? I'm not sure we need to do that. It's very beneficial to the community college to have this increased enrollment, and they want to come do it. Do we need to pay them? I mean, ACC was just chomping at the bits to come to Bastrop and add Bastrop as the second place after San Marcos because they got so many more students.
And we are in the process of working with ACC to help us do, actually they are willing to provide the training. They have provided us with a quote, so to speak, of what it would cost them to provide training. So we're
to other community colleges?
Right.
Okay.
So we're in discussion stages right now to develop perhaps 3 to 5 workshops throughout the state, various regions, and bring forward, ask these folks to come forward with their partners already established. So you're talking about the superintendent from the ISD, you're talking about community college representation, university representation, to come forward and learn more about College Connections and how they can go into that memorandum of understanding contract.
So they would request an RFP to get them to that point? To get them to the point of being ready to perform a College Connection program?
Those dollars, those preliminary dollars, could go to ACC for their travel, for their staff time, for their material, for their preparation, their development of this section of the workshop, for example.
Okay.
And then to help kick off, we figured 12 awards to help kick off those, then we could provide this RFP opportunity.
12 awards to kick off what?
The college connections in that particular field, in that particular region, that partnership.
So, for example, I know our San Antonio School District just did this with ACCD. I think everybody saw that article. They could have, who could have applied for this via this RFP? ACCD or San Antonio School District, or both?
No, not the school district. No, this RFP hasn't been written. We haven't gone through all of the questions that you're asking. We have not developed those yet into how this is going to look. We anticipate that in this, it would be open to community colleges and the universities, with the understanding, obviously, that they would have to have a formed partnership with the ISD, because to make that collaboration, they're not going to be able to do it, on their own. They're going to have the superintendent or the principal's buy-in to be able to perform that.
I guess I'm just wondering whether or not the money might be used more creatively in outreach to families or something. I'm not sure that this work might not be undertaken by the ISDs and the community colleges anyway, but something that isn't undertaken is going out into the neighborhoods and knocking on doors and telling families of these opportunities. I think that's a field that we need to think about supporting, because there's so little of that done. But anyway, I just mentioned that. A lot of what it sounds like we're paying for, ACC did for free, and I just wonder.
And so did Austin, and so did Alamo, and so did Houston in replicating it.
Right. So maybe we want to build in something extra, like outreach.
Or like give them $25,000 or something, and then the other $25,000 give $1,000 scholarships to pay tuition for these kids.
Something like that, yeah.
And again, because it's in an RFP process, they're going to be able to come to us and actually
that could be a part of their
application. Identify what their program is and what their proposal is going to look like and why it's justifiable and to be awarded. And that's when the review process comes in. Then we would look at.
But just on the face of it, you see the question we're asking.
Sure.
What are the RFPs about? Because these other places found it that they were able to do it in a cost-effective manner without.
I'm going to have a meeting tomorrow with Steve Kinslow with ACC, and we'll be talking about this and actually the P16 also, because he chairs the P16 committee. And in this discussion, I think we'll delve further into what it's going to take and what those, if we're going to go and say that because it was a Star Award winner, because College Connection is strong, because the commissioner has requested that we look at spreading the word for College Connection and all, what is the anticipation out there that it's going to take as far as resources to actually get these into place?
I can see that ACC might need some support, because I think the last time I talked to Mary Hensley, they were already helping 14 other community colleges. I see that they might need some support.
Right.
But I want to understand why the other places might need it. Would you ask Steve, say, did it pay, how long did it take for it to get in the black? Or did it pay off immediately?
Pay for itself.
I believe you had mentioned in another setting that they had done some cost analysis in terms of that. Do you have that available? They obviously, if they increase their enrollments by a significant amount, that's going to flow through the formula and will generate. Now, some of it's going to have to pay for instruction, of course, but there are increased resources.
David, if you'll remember, Mary Hensley, who's in charge of this program, was at the board meeting when we did the Star Award, and she indicated that they had done a cost analysis. She didn't go into any detail.
My question was, I knew of some, but do you have those numbers available?
No, I don't have it with me. No, but we can get those.
A couple of other thoughts. The state senators and state reps send out newsletters all the time to their constituents, and I'm sure they'd love to say, we're supporting the college-going culture, and here's how you can do it, and here are things you can do. I'm sure they'd do that for free. And the other thing is that the Hispanic Chambers of Commerce throughout the state are extremely strong, thanks to Elaine. They're extremely strong, and that's, instead of telling them what we're going to do, maybe go to them and say, what's the most effective way of getting to your constituent base, your communities? And then the other thought is, have we given more thought to putting some sort of information attached every year to the free and reduced lunch application? That goes to every child it goes to every child, and then those that qualify turn it back in. But if we attached something saying, you too can go to college, and it's, basically it goes out to every school child in public schools.
One of the most effective things I ever saw was opening up my morning paper one morning, the Oster paper, and there was a little sticky on it, a yellow sticky. And I think it was advertising furniture or something, but it was so effective, and our school people could stick those on the free and reduced if we had some of those printed up with,
Especially if they're handwritten, those little yellow stickies, sometimes when we see them handwritten, of course they're pre-printed, but instead of it being in type,
it has a website or a
really gets your
phone
attention.
number.
Well, and the other thing is all of the school districts now have websites, and somewhere on their website we could literally spoon feed them and say, here is a whole thing of college-going culture right here, and here's an icon that you can just click on and go right to it, and for every single school district. Obviously, TEA, I think they interchange with us, where you can go from one to the other website. But for the school districts, Spring Branch was talking about their implementation of the college-going culture. And when I tried to go to their website, it took a whole lot to try and get to, let's see, it's not called counselors, it's called guidance counselors. It's not called this, it's called that. By the time I got to it, I said, why don't you just have like an icon, that you just click on, and so that we could provide that to them for free. I think.
Yeah. How many of you all got got a text message about the daylight savings time on your phone? A lot of people did. That's the kind of communication I'm talking about, is something that we can get the different phone companies to agree to text message all their customers with some of these important websites and information. TopCat, free SAT website. And I don't know, maybe I would volunteer, Mr. Chairman, to form a little subcommittee of our committee and go on and talk to some of the people in the communications industry about doing that. I think they will do it. I don't think it will cost them anything. We just have to know what we want them to text.
Yeah, there's a person in Houston, his name is Brad Deitzer, and he did the Will You Be My Teacher and for HIC years ago, and the school district opened for the first time with not one vacancy for teachers. And then he did Houston Community College, We Make Houston Work. So those kinds of...
We did a little test at home with my son who got your letter, Raymond, and we left it, yours in the government, and we left it for him, first on the mail table, didn't read it, on the stairs, didn't read it, left it. He never has read it yet. But, hey, did you know it's going to be daylight savings time? He read the text message.
Well, it is. Yes, it is true.
Right.
I think what you're proposing, Lynn, is a really good idea. I think we have not done even a remotely decent job of reaching out to these large media corporations that would be willing to do something like that at virtually no cost, and would be enormously good public relations.
And we, in fact, have a member, a top gun from one of those on our College Protections Foundation.
John Montfort.
That's right. John Montfort, great guy. He'll help.
Yeah, and he's a really, really good friend of nearly everybody on the board. He almost can't say no.
Well, you would want to. And Don Brown is going to go on.
Unless it's a private
that messaging.
that horrible thing.
Donnie's going to talk to John.
Yes.
About asking for that.
Yes, for messaging on AT&T.
Well, Catherine, will you work with Lynn, since she so graciously agreed to chair the small subcommittee? And this 600,000 we're getting ready to spend, is that half of this $1.2 million I'm reading in this agenda item 5?
Yes, that's half of that, at 1.2.
I mean, are we?
And how was it determined that that was how that needed to be broken out? 600,000 on that effort, and then did y'all determine that in this committee, or
The staff.
Yeah, the question really is, I think the great question is, does that have to be offered out there to really encourage these community colleges to start the community connection program and see the tangible benefits you get? I mean, is it not going to happen without this funding? I mean, 'cause that's half our budget. That's what.
Yeah. I think the staff belief is that if we don't jumpstart it and provide an incentive, it will take place, but it will take place at institutions who see very quickly, like HCC and the Alamo District and others who want to get involved and who have money that they can spend that way to get geared up and pay ACC for the training that they need. Our hope was that we could, with doing grants through this RFP process, would be that more institutions would come online more quickly than it will take in that just naturally evolving kind of process.
Well, it seems such a cumbersome project. I mean, since ACC is a proven commodity, why wouldn't we, I don't know how you have to do things at the state to be fair and put out these RFPs and everything, but why wouldn't we want them to be empowered to call some junior college and say, we have a grant through HB1, through the coordinating board, and we can come and get this started in your place? I mean, why wouldn't we want to just pour oil into the engine instead of just...
Did y'all explore that with ACC?
Well, I haven't had a discussion yet with Steve and Nina Wright because we don't have a person in place for marketing. Nina's been wonderful. She's the development officer, the grant writer, and she's been great. She's been talking with Mary Hensley and trying to come up with how we might, package this whole thing.
Why don't you just ask them what they would think about doing it the other way?
I like that idea.
Because when I talk about when you get it going,
funding to ACC is what you're
yes, go out and spread the word.
Part of it may be for developing materials for them that are well-designed materials and maybe video or something, so it goes beyond a certain time in terms of how to do it. That would be at least worth talking about.
They've already got fabulous stuff. Yeah. It's already done.
And maybe I didn't do a good enough job in explaining that at the beginning, but that is part of what we're looking for ACC to do, is actually do the training, and part of that money will come from HB1, and it can come through these 12 awards of $50,000, for example, for those to actually contract with ACC to do the deliverables and the training in their region.
It just seems so cumbersome and so slow. I mean, why don't you ask Steve Winslow, how many of these things can you set up for $600,000 and how fast?
I would wager if he wanted to, if he was interested, he could call 5 or 6 colleagues at other community colleges and say, are you interested in us helping you with this, and get an answer fairly quickly from them and build that into this.
Especially if a community college knows it's being funded also, the startups being funded by ACC.
And all the staff time we take with RFPs, it's so hard, reading all that stuff and evaluating it, trying to be fair.
Okay. You might be able to impact more than 12 campuses.
Yeah. Oh, I think
with that $600,000. You may be able to leverage that money up. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good idea. In fact, I wouldn't even tell them that you have $600,000, I would say. Because if you say you got $600,000, it's going to cost $600,000.
Level 24 then. Okay. By the way, I was supposed to mention, and I'm sorry I forgot. Yesterday we had a conference call about drawing up the RFP or Q for a management consultant to look at the structure of the agency. And one of the things that came out of that discussion was that that person, whoever did that work, might not be the person to do the marketing piece, but that we did want someone to do the marketing piece, might be the person, might turn out. But Fred, our chairman of our subcommittee, Fred Helmenfeld, wondered whether or not we might be crossing over a little bit in this, and I don't know what the timeline is, but he was concerned that if we're going to come up with a whole new image, maybe we would want to slow down a little bit on this. Looking at what you have, I don't think we can, but I think we need to go ahead, don't you, Whit? I mean, I don't see how that it's going to take some months to, and so I don't think we can wait for having a new look and
You're
feel.
talking about the consultant, we talked about the town of retreat.
Yeah, right.
It's basically going to look at us and how we communicate, who we are, and what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah, I think this ought to be.
If the timing of it just doesn't work, we just have to live with it.
So I think those are great suggestions, and we may be able to use that money a lot more effectively. So. The other thing I don't want to lose track of is Top Cat. When do we get the most recent results on utilization of Top Cat? I know we're going to hear that we're not going to hear until spring of '08 how we did in terms of our marketing dollars we spent. Isn't that what I heard?
No, on the actual effectiveness of Top Cat. And I haven't seen the evaluation design that TEA has contracted for.
Well, we did have a report on the number of hits that we got, the utilization on Top Cat already, I think, didn't we, for the first year?
And they do provide...
And it was limited that first year.
They do provide the number of hits, and therefore we're launching a new marketing effort for Top Cat to get a better word out there so that we can get increased number of hits on it.
We gotten numbers for recent hits, however.
Recent hits, I have January and February. March is incomplete. In February, the numbers came down in February.
So what are the numbers? Are they still at that 2,000 range, or where are they?
Questions answered, 21,000 in January versus about
10 times over last year.
18,000 in February.
Yeah, that's up from what we...
But that's the questions answered, that's not the practice test? What is that?
That's
the total number of questions they've answered?
That's questions answered using that. They have different categories here. They have words viewed, coach sign-ups. The actual SAT sign-up, January was nearly 800, and February was 500.
That's actually signing to take the SAT or ACT.
And do we have comparative data back to last year?
Yes.
I'd really like us to be able to see that.
We'll bring that to you.
Even though I know the effectiveness side of it's not going to be the spring of '08, I'd still.
Okay.
I think that's an indicator of effectiveness if we see the hits going up,
Yes.
or we're doing a better job at communicating this out there. So.
When is the next SAT, Susan?
The next what, ma'am?
SAT. Y'all know? April?
I'm sorry.
I think the SAT in April.
Think about that anymore.
I could have told you last year, every day.
Yeah. It's around income tax time.
Just to mention one thing is something we all bring in our personal anecdotes. And I just last week went to the college counselors' night for sophomore parents, and they were talking about this type of software, and they did not mention this when they mentioned what the College Board has available. And I went up and talked to one of the college counselors afterwards, and and said, I noticed that they have College for Texans as one of the sites for parents to go to, but she had really not paid any attention to Top Cat and didn't seem interested. And so one thing that made me wonder is if what's made available by College Board is deemed by and for free by college counselors and parents is adequate. And that may be one thing we have to look at. It may be that niche is filled by that right now.
Yeah. Or even is preferable, maybe.
That's right. And because they obviously thought our site was helpful, but they didn't think it was useful to point out. And they mentioned 4 or 5 sites where you could do test prep, and this wasn't one of them. Now, this is it's a private school, and it's smaller, it's a different population, but I think we might at least want to talk to some high school advisors or college counselors and find out. I mean, is this really already addressed in a significant way and not the best site? I don't know. It's just one anecdote.
Well,
but it made me think.
We definitely should do that because...
Well, part of the reason that we really wanted to enter into an agreement that resulted in the Top Cat is because when we started working with TEA, when we started looking at what districts are making available to students, it's either the Corpus district or one of those right by it that is contracting, spending $80,000 a year with one company for test prep. And that was just one district to serve that district students. And then in Houston, with some of those outlying districts, I think it was Deer Park and some of those, and they had contracts that were in the $14,000-$20,000 range to do it.
Well, it's still
and so
going on.
it was like a no-brainer to us that if the state could provide a good system at free, that it would save those school districts that money. And we thought we had communicated that between our agency and TEA, that we'd gotten the word out, and it was clear that that wasn't the case. And my assumption is, based on what we know now, is that school districts are probably still spending their money.
They are,
and
and education foundations are providing scholarships for students to go to the prep. It was in my newspaper last year, and it's in my newspaper again this spring. Advertising the scholarships to go to the school and take the paid-for test prep.
Probably, one has to, and so the question is, number one, that was the case then. I don't really know if things have changed, if the College Board site and others have gotten better. Mm-hmm. 2 is Top Cat a name that just from a marketing standpoint gets one nowhere, because what does it mean? Unless you have to explain what it means.
Well, and then I believe that we have to communicate directly to the student. I just, frankly, it's not the student's fault that we're in the position we're in right now across the country. And so I'm not surprised that people aren't leaping up to take the very best thing, because they aren't leaping up to take the very best practice that exists across the country. They aren't. And we need to communicate with the student, I believe.
Is there any way for us, David, going back to your point, to survey high school college counselors?
I don't know. I think that's something we have to investigate. I think we need to at one time there was maybe Evie would know, at one time there was someone at TEA that worked directly with these high school counselors, and they offered several years ago to communicate something with us, so we could pursue that avenue. I think it would almost have to be done through the help of TEA, unless we instead there must be a statewide meeting and did a...
I was going to say they have a statewide meeting. I was going to say it was in April. That may have changed because tax is in April. But it's coming up in the spring, and it is for both elementary, middle, and high school counselors, and they do attend that conference in large numbers, so we could get something out there.
Aside from contacting the student directly, which I think is important, that's the next most direct contact, because if the student wants to ask or they have sessions, those people tell them, use this or use that. And it could be an issue if they're not being familiar with it, or it could be an issue that they have a tool that they think is already adequate. And
David, remind me, how much is Top Cat cost to get funded?
That has $140,000 per year.
We have $140,000, I think, budgeted, but I think it's actual of $109,000.
Well, that's because of the way the contract fell. It went, what,
Yeah, it was
February
part
to
of 1 year,
February.
and,
Who funds that going forward? Do we fund that or is it TEA?
we, this past year, we funded it. TEA's contribution is the evaluation,
Okay.
which is about $100,000, which was more than us splitting it in half.
Actually, it's more than that. My understanding is that they were putting several $100,000
Oh, okay.
into the evaluation.
I was-
And that may have changed. That was their original plan.
Well, one thing I would suggest is that we're going to get, in spring of '08, a measure of effectiveness, from what I understand. But I would love to see us, and I think you get some, we mentioned this to Modford on the board meeting at last time we were in San Antonio, and it just totally resonated with him. He said, why don't we know about it? You remember this, Catherine? I think it was Top Cat. He goes, we can get people to fund that all day long. If you guys can tell me, is it being utilized and is it being effective? And I hate to see us wait until the spring of '08 to figure out if it's working. If we could go to right now at least seeing, are we getting the word out? Because what I'm afraid of is we're good. I don't mean this negatively. We did a North Texas evaluation of the Go Center, and it's an evaluation of 1 or 2 Go Centers that doesn't really tell us a lot. You know, and that's what I'm afraid we're getting in the spring of '08 is that we haven't had a large enough body of students access it to know whether we're getting a good result or not. So,
But even step back before that, how do we, are we going to conduct an analysis to see if what we're doing is better than what it has already been done? And what is the advantage of what we're doing? Even if we have some trend going up, yet the delta is huge, I mean, is what's out there today more effective than what we're doing? And how do we who's doing the analysis to make that judgment?
What we will do, TEA has their evaluation unit in charge of this. What we can do is get a copy of what their evaluation plan, because I know they have it in a formal plan at this point, because they've got to be collecting all the data as they go along to write the report and to have it ready next spring. And we will bring that to this committee at the next meeting. Also, too, I think it should answer some of those, if it's going to evaluate that, as to how students who've gone through Top Cat, how they've done on the follow-up test, and compare that to...
And is it measurable against what's existing? Because if we're all speaking the same language, we'll have more... In other words, if we're all referencing to the College Board tool, then we're going to have better momentum across getting more students to look at it versus trying to say, oh, but then there's something over here we should look at.
The limitation of the College Board may be, I'm not sure, but that you have to have taken the PSAT to have full utilization of it.
That's
And
true.
At my daughter's school, everybody takes the PSAT, so that
Well, it sounds
that
like,
didn't
though,
come
that's
up.
going to be legislated, that everybody's
But
going
if
to
that
take the
happens,
PSAT.
Then you have and
What a
the
plan.
kids
Well-
then each get their own ID
Yeah, that's right.
and access to a whole range of materials that they wouldn't get otherwise.
There are also about 40,000 kids, I think that's the right number, who are taking the ACT. And Top Cat will assist those kids as well as the SAT.
And it also provides, I mean, any of the test prep that prepare them for the ACT, prepare them also for the Plan and Explore. So it's not that ours would be the only one that did that. If they prepare them for the ACT, they prepare them for the Plan and Explore test.
Right.
Because
I know this goes back before most of our times, but there's still a question in here as to why we did this when the College Board pre-test existed. And I think, we just need to keep that in mind, that somehow or another, maybe not by any of us, but somehow that decision was made and it might not have been a good one. So if all these changes are coming up at the PSAT, universal, blah, 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 we might not want to throw good money after bad.
yeah, my concern is funding another $150,000 after this initial phase.
I mean, I think that's a really good point. If, in fact, the legislation passes whereby everyone takes the PSAT or Plan, this other route may make more sense because it's more accessible folks. I don't know if a similar thing is available from ACT.
I don't know that either.
Would you say?
I would wager we could encourage them to make it available.
We need to align our resources with what's going on instead of diverting in the pocket.
Okay. Okay, and you'll report back to us on your meeting with
I will.
Austin Community College.
I'll bring you longitudinal data for Top Cat to the next meeting. We'll bring the Top Cat evaluation plan from TEA to the next meeting. I'll certainly bring an update.
We need to either have a plan or already have found a way to contact the high school counselors. You found out we can't.
High school counselors, and then also
Right, and we have information going out on their website, the Texas Counselors Association website.
and then also, Catherine, how do we most effectively use large media outlets with Lynn?
Right now, working with Dr. Phillips.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is agenda item 7, which is for Linda. You're going to walk us through anything that's unusual coming up on the permanent board agenda.
And the one item that is not on here is the combined document, so that will be added. Item D is our annual teacher quality grants process. Elizabeth Powers is here in the audience. She's with the UT Dana Center. We contract our teacher quality work to the Dana Center. It is our standard annual process that we use for the federal dollars that are used to support the improvement of teaching in mathematics and science by providing training to teachers who are in-service teachers at schools that meet a certain profile, public schools. Those are those that are predominantly low-income schools with qualifiers on that, and especially targeting teachers who are teaching math or science and are not certified in math and science. And so it's a way of getting teachers who are already doing it and giving them the tools and materials that they need to do a better job, even though they're not certified in that field. And so our dollar figure, Elizabeth, is a little over $6 million per year, right? 5.9. I was close. And as I understand it, we have 74 applications that are under the review process, and we will have a list of those. Even at the April board meeting, the dollar figure is still a number that will be assigned to each of those projects that are selected. Will still be under negotiation. So we won't have firm numbers in April, but it'll be close. It'll be in the ballpark.
And these are federal dollars?
These are federal dollars. The Texas Education Agency gets the federal dollars for teacher quality work as well. And their dollar figure is, Elizabeth, why don't you come up to the table?
Well, really, ours is kind of...
I need you on the microphone if I can get you.
Ours is a tiny part of what comes into the state. The state gets about $250 million. The TEA and the coordinating board each get about $6 million of that, so about 5% of the total. About $225 million goes out to the independent school districts on formula funding. And it's supposed to be used for professional development in math and science, particularly content. But there's no way to audit and see what they do. It's not our responsibility anyway. Our particular grants are dedicated to creating those P16 partnerships between higher ed faculty and ISDs. They require an education partner, a content partner, and an ISD. The needs that Glenda was talking about begin with high poverty, but at the coordinating board, we've had this tradition of also focusing on groups that have been underrepresented. So we ask our project directors to focus on campuses that not only have a high poverty rate, but that have high percentages of English language learners, or a high percentage of students who may have
they may be first-generation students. So we ask them to focus their efforts even more than the federal dollars require. This year we'll have about, and I can tell you, this is what the numbers look like right now. About 23 of the projects will go to Hispanic serving institutions. About 4 of them will go to two-year community colleges, and then 2 will be to historically black colleges and universities.
So we'll have the detail at the April board meeting.
Okay.
Make one note, I don't know, you may have mentioned this, Glenda, but this is not the approved agenda at this point yet. We actually have a meeting with the chair and vice chair on March 20th, and so some items may change, or so if you have some questions, there's still time to address that.
Yes.
Because this meeting's earlier than typical.
Okay.
Good point. Thank you, Elizabeth. We have a number of rule changes. The dual credit rule change puts the PSAT in place as a qualifier for dual credit during 11th grade. If you remember our current rules on dual credit, the only way a student can qualify is through the hitting that college readiness score on the 10th grade tax and or taking one of the approved Texas Success Initiative tests. And the PSAT, because so many school districts are providing that for their students, and it's given to them in the fall of that year, we have had community colleges in particular ask us to see if we could find the right number on the PSAT that would be an equivalent indicator. And through the assistance of the College Board, we have done that.
You may recall that actually Charles Cook, Vice Chancellor of Houston Community College, brought this up during one of the board meetings with you, and that you asked that if it were possible that this rule be changed to address that.
And so College Board did the numbers for us and gave us the equivalent number so that we're okay with that. Lynette, help me remember what changes we're making to our vertical team rules. We're pulling out the industry.
We're pulling out the appointment by our commissioner of an advisory committee of industry cluster representatives because of this potential commission that may be appointed by, that will be appointed by the governor's office. That the governor's office was the one that asked us to put that advisory committee into our rules, and since that commission is going to be appointed, they felt like that would serve the purpose of having this appointment by our commissioner of an advisory committee. So we're simply removing that from the rules because it's no longer required. Because it said the commissioner shall appoint this, which meant he didn't have any choice. So we're simply eliminating that since the commission serves that purpose.
Agenda items E through H are all from our student services area, and these are all cleanup languages. For example, some of the departments related to health and human services have been combined into an agency, and we were using the wrong names for where we were to get information. So that's what those rule sets are. They're simply cleanup, no change to any of the procedures. I is the consideration of guidelines for the 2007 Star Awards. I've had 2 recommendations by board members for changes to the guidelines, and those include the categories that we present Star Awards in. And one of those was to break out public schools or schools or school districts as a standalone item, instead of having it combined into the other entities to actually spell that out. The other recommendation was that we consider breaking out businesses with a college-going culture. And an example was a business that helps pay for their employees to get their college degrees and then rewards them once they have accomplished that. So that if a company did that, they could be helping us close the gaps. I mean, our assumption would be that, and that they may be a nominee and applicant for a Star Award. And so those are the 2 recommendations that have come forward so far. By the time we get this to the actual agenda material stage, there may be others. And these have not been, the materials have not been prepared to be vetted through David and Raymond yet. So, but those are the suggestions that's come in thus far for changes.
I could just add to that suggestion about the business and the culture. Board members might want to think about, and this has been brought up in earlier years, whether there should be a category that's broader and can catch a number of things that could be done. That could be one thing that could be mentioned as something, but you may have things that you want to acknowledge that are outside of educational institutions. This business one, the college culture might be one, but there might be some other things that you might want to consider, and so I want to make it that, more a general college-going culture, or something, at least things that non-educational institutions are doing to promote going to college, or something.
Yeah, like if somebody wants to text message every student in the state, they might be eligible.
Exactly. Good point.
Item J, the annual funding formula for tech prep, and we talked about tech prep briefly today, and someone mentioned that there was a document that they on tech prep, so I have copies if you'd like a copy of it that has the information related to tech prep. Linda McDonough brought it down. We have the public hearing on the tech prep formula on March 16th. That's when anybody from across the state can come in and weigh in on the proposed formula. And the formula is a formula that's agreed to by the tech prep directors, and then we take public comment and written comment on that formula before we bring it to the board. And this is required by state law. So you're asked to adopt that in April. And then the annual presentation, this is our 9th Kenneth H. Ashworth Scholarship for graduate study in public affairs, public policy, or public administration. So we have a committee that's reviewing, getting ready here to do the review of the applications for those students for the fellowships. And I believe that completes what we proposed for the agenda.
Right. Any other questions for Glenn?
I have one comment on our marketing thing. An uphill battle we're going to have in talking about our college counselors is, they've been saying now for several years that we don't have any money. We run out of money for the Texas grants and so forth. And so if we get funded to the level we think we're going to have to work hard to change that message quickly.
I don't know if we're going to get funded at the level we think we're
Well, if we get it funded at a level where it's worth advertising to people that they need to apply for it.
Let me ask a question regarding that. I don't know how this fits. I know on some topic a number of years ago, my cousin, who was the college counselor at Forest out here, Lamar, got a copy of a memo I wrote. But it was getting information to the schools, and so A&M had at least in the past a session where they invited college counselors from around the state. I'm sure UT does something similar. I'm wondering if that's something that we could tap into as well in terms of getting information out to college counselors in terms of working with the institutions when they have their meetings, at least key elements, or getting someone on the program.
Yeah, it sure is. They do. I mean, they have an annual meeting, maybe even college counselors have one.
Yeah, and in this particular, for counselors at colleges.
No, I meant guidance counselors. Is the few of them that get to focus on college.
Right, and that's this particular meeting at A&M was for those people. I think that that's one way that some institutions try to get out their word and get those counselors to advise people to get there, but it might be something that more institutions do that I realize, and maybe we could take advantage of it somehow, and at least make sure we get materials to them.
Right. Is there and it's somewhat separate from that, but is there anywhere a list statewide all the college fairs that go on?
Not to my knowledge.
I doubt that there is. Because of all of them.
But you know
The one
what?
thing that we do ask that they,
I would wager that some of the people who do recruitment at the institutions might know. I mean, we might want to call, say, Kedra Iship at UT Austin and see if she has a list. And if we go to some of them, they may not have everybody, but they'd be close. And then there may be one school to get some. I bet we could get
well, I
close
think
to
Jane
that.
Caldwell may come pretty close to that, because she usually has a calendar that reflects about 90 events in the fall, and more than that in January and February alone. Those are where they're going to talk about financial aid, and Jane is on some kind of listserv that from those financial aid groups, and so she compiles that they use in the student services area, and we probably could build on it as an alternative.
There is a circuit, basically, of those kinds of activities that all of the admissions people know about, and they see each other at all these different fairs. So
Normally, when do all those fairs take place?
Well, the way it looks on Jane's calendar, they start right in September.
Oh yeah.
You know,
They hit the ground running.
It's all the way through
It's
until
usually
about
heavily in the
second
fall.
week of April, and then it quits.
It's the heaviest in the fall.
Another potential opportunity, as I understand, that there was a recent discussion of admissions officers that they brought this up several years ago, but it sounds as though they may have rekindled interest in terms of working more together for students in the middle school. You know, in high school they want to compete, but in middle school, and it may be that maybe we could spur that interest and expand some of our efforts working on if they decide to work collaboratively together, maybe we could be a part of that in the middle schools. And I think Lois had mentioned that just about a week ago, so we'll probably want to check that out.
May I make one final comment?
Sure.
Before the commissioner left, he had asked me to get a copy of a letter that he and the superintendent of the Austin Schools, Pat Forgeon, signed that's going to every student in 11th grade in Austin ISD. And that letter is asking them to pay special attention to the 11th grade tax, and that they should do their very best on that tax test, because not only would it help them be sure that they would exit high school, be ready to exit high school, but they could make the college readiness standard of 22. And so it was a sort of here's some factual information and a rah-rah kind of letter. You know, we know you'll do your best, and this is an important thing for you to do. Unfortunately, we didn't get copies of it so that we can distribute it. We'll scan it and get it on the board website if you would like to see if maybe other school districts want to do it. I'm sure Raymond would be delighted to do that. He did it at Dr. Forgeon's request.
One last point of information. This may not get somewhere, but Nina Wright, working with Susan Brown and her staff, recently submitted a proposal to improve our website for access to college information. And you know, it's not for a large amount of money. It's $100,000. We don't know if we'll get it. Interestingly enough, we were cited as one of the best states. I'm not sure if they will help what they consider one of the better states, but we appreciate Nina doing that in about 3 days, and we may get some assistance there to make our resources a little bit friendlier.
Our keyword thing is very helpful.
No.
At least I can't find anything by keyword on idea.
Yeah.
I don't ever get the right keyword. One question I wanted to ask is, when we were talking about the P16 councils, it put it into my head about the group Neil has put together. Yeah. Surely that group needs to be folded into all this somehow.
I think you're right, and Mr. Adams was not able to be with us today, but as I understand it, he had asked, based on the legislative session, he put that meeting of that group on hold till closer to the end of the session or immediately after, because so many of the people involved in it have commitments that he thought it was going to be almost impossible to have a date where people could actually come, you know, and you get good representation. So he asked, Evie had been working with him on a date, and he finally said, we're just not going to be able to do it till the session gets down into the closing time. But I think you're right about bringing them in as a part of many of the things we've talked about today.
Mm-hmm.
Or roll them into it. So, Okay. It's a good meeting. Thanks to everybody for coming.
We're early.
We're adjourned.
We're late or we're early, depending on how you look at it.